Good evening, y'all. It's a Hoodie Rant. And Nat Turner of Kitsap County is back.
Nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hit the horn. This ain't gonna be for the faint of heart. I'm gonna let you know. Tonight we're gonna talk about the ops, the allies, and the go along to get alongs. Yeah. And I suspect, I got a sneaking suspicion that after this one, there's gonna be a few of those so-called go along to get alongs in the community and some of the allies that are gonna fall off. As I said in the description, hit dogs holler. So I definitely expect dogs to holler this evening. We need to have a conversation. I've been tremendously busy of late, so I haven't had a chance to get this going. But it's just gonna have to be a long night for me. I have to lose some sleep because it's got to get out there. And at the end of the day, the only one that can really, truly, honestly silence you is you. Now, I get it. You're scared. You don't want to lose the bag. I understand. You worked hard for what you got. And they tarred and feathered. Yay. They tarred and feathered Kyrie. They made an example. We're going to take your money. We're going to take your endorsements. And when we do it, we're going to make sure that some other big names, Charles Barkley, Shaq, and others, all disavow you. Fall in line, or you will be destroyed. Fall in line, or you will be destroyed. And so many of you are so terrified and afraid to lose what little you have. You go along to get along. You're not going to speak out. You're not going to speak up because you're going to lose it. Thing is that your allies who are in these powerful positions, they co-sign it. They say what is okay for you to be angry about, what's acceptable for you to be woke about. And when you really take a good look, you'll see that the ops, and right now I'm talking about progressives, liberals, the allies, those are the liberals and the progressive woke. And the ops, the MAGA folks. And the go along to get along black folks, they don't want to lose their standing. They don't want to lose their job. They don't want to lose their position. They don't want to lose the bag. They don't want to jeopardize the bag. At best, they'll throw rocks and hide their hands. But when it gets real, they ain't doing it. And you know what? Honestly, I can't even blame them, right? I can't blame them. Why can't I blame them? Because when there's an opportunity for you to stand up, you don't. You don't. Now, I'm going to roll this thing out. It's going to take a minute. We're going to be here for a while. Like I said, there's a lot to unpack here. Now, I'm going to be straight. I'm not a fan of Daryl Riley. But truth is truth. And the other day, he was in the Kitsap Public Health Collaborative, and he shared out what's going on with city council and the mayor in a diversity, equity, and inclusion position, and how the mayor is not coming to the people, the community who elected him, to make sure that that position is real, that it's effective, and things will be looked at through a racial equity lens. He also shared that information out through the Black Collective. And what he said is, if you really want to show your solidarity and togetherness, then come and speak at city council. Now, you could have came in person. You could have done it via Zoom. Had a person who ran for office who is identified as Republican and right wing. She was at dinner with family and still took time out of a dinner to make a public comment. There were no other voices at city council last night. I swear, man, we get what we deserve. We deserve it. We deserve it. Is it beneath you to speak out and speak up? Is it only going to be when they come for you that you're going to be looking for the support? I always say power is taken, it's not given. And you're all waiting for someone to give you power. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Let's start the night off with history. I was thinking the other day, I'm like, we celebrate Martin Luther King. It's planning time right now. I'm on a committee now from Bainbridge Island, right? They're planning things for Martin Luther King. Met with Ebenezer Church, Martin Luther King. And that's well and good. But we don't talk about Malcolm. We don't talk about Garvey. So tonight we're going to have a history lesson before we get in, right? Let's learn a little bit about Marcus.
Marcus Garvey wanted to return African Americans to Africa to create a vibrant Black nation, empowered through economic independence. Although some of his goals were controversial, his crusade would inspire leaders from Malcolm X to Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela.
Now I've got to pause for copyright, right? Let me put up my disclaimer. Who knows who Marcus Garvey is? Are we taught about Marcus Garvey? Do your kids know? Do young adults know? Why was he important? Why was he influential to King and Malcolm? Fair use.
Garvey was certainly a controversial figure, but the concepts that we now think of as Black nationalism and Black pride started with Garvey's pronouncements.
Marcus Mosiah Garvey was born in St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica, on August 17, 1887. Beginning as a printer's apprentice at 14, Garvey became a union organizer and later worked various...
Jamaica in the house. Jamaica in the house, right? 14. Started as an apprentice at 14. And I'm having conversations, in different circles. And I get it. Our kids are having a hard time. They went through COVID. And that's tough. And they're trying to get back in. And they're dealing with systemic issues and everything else. Thing is, we're talking about back then, right? We're talking about the 60s. We're talking about the age of Malcolm. Did they have it worse? Did they have it different? Our warrior class has been decimated. And while mental health is important, strength is also important. We act like our kids can't do anything, that they're too fragile. And you see it into adulthood. And we wonder why we're in the state that we're in. We have a victim mentality. And it doesn't take away from the things that have happened to us and the things that continue to happen to us. But we can't live in victimhood. Let's get back to Marcus Garvey here.
Jobs across Central America.
Marcus Garvey found wherever he went, Black people of African heritage in particular were always on the lower stratification end of society. This had a profound impact on him. Particularly, his concern was for the uplift of African people globally.
In 1912, Garvey sailed to London, England, and took night courses at Birkbeck College. After working for a Pan-African newspaper, Garvey returned to Jamaica in 1914 and formed the United Negro Improvement Association, or UNIA.
The UNIA was about Black self-determination. It was about galvanizing the ideas of Black repatriation to the motherland, the continent of Africa. And it was extremely...
Man, who has the audacity today to do things like this? Right? He started his apprenticeship at 14. Starting companies. Traveling back and forth. The strength, the determination, the drive, the temerity.
Extremely important in terms of getting Black people to understand self-pride, pride in one's race.
Inspired by Booker T. Washington to raise funds and start his own school, Garvey came to the United States in 1916 and in 1918 began publishing the Negro World newspaper.
Garvey was extremely outspoken. He was, some people would say, almost bombastic. He wanted to take over Africa and had elected himself as president of Africa without consulting the Africans, unfortunately.
Determined to achieve economic independence for African Americans.
Economic independence. See how he's riding? What are you learning in school? We have the internet. We have access to information. Are you using it? Or are you just scrolling through TikTok looking for the latest memes? You know, the joke that they love to tell, right? If you want to hide something from a Black person, hide in a book because they don't read.
Garvey launched the Negroes Factories Association in 1919 and a shipping company called the Black Star Line, which he planned to use to transport passengers back to Africa.
Garvey was a great organizer, but unfortunately not a great businessman. During the time that Garvey and the UNIA were trying to launch the Black Star Line, they solicited funds from investors for stock options through the mail. And this resulted later on in allegations of mail fraud, and Garvey was convicted and sent to prison.
Now tell me, did that mean that he was a bad businessman? See, this is what frustrates me with these eye-bucking folks. So you're going to be a historian and you're going to tell the story, right? He must have been good enough to start these businesses. You've got a shipping company? And so the game, the systemic game is, oh no. See, we can't let you get too big, right? Was he the only company that did that? Was there another way to do it? We're just having this conversation with someone today about the laws that they choose to enforce, the laws that they don't choose to enforce, how people are able to game the system. And then tell us, well, you know, it's legal. We're playing within the rules. Sometimes you got to dissect the thought. There's history, there's opinion. That man started 2 great companies, had them going. And all those people that were buying those stock options and they were going through the mail, right? They clearly thought it was a good idea. Understand, people that are standing by your side will often let you walk down the road of destruction. So be careful who you call your ally, because they might just be your op standing next to you.
After serving 5 years in prison, Garvey was deported. He eventually moved to London, and in 1938, he supported the Greater Liberia Act, created by known white supremacist Senator Theodore Bilbo from Mississippi.
Marcus Garvey's association with Senator Bilbao is related more on a practical level rather than an intellectual like for each other. Marcus Garvey's attempt to help Africans in America leave and go to Africa fell in line with some aspects of KKK philosophy.
Garvey died in London on June 10, 19...
And what aspects were those? Right? Garvey was a black nationalist. Black first, black power, black pride, black strength. So when we hear white power, we think racism, right? Let's be intellectually honest here. Trying to get us to love ourselves.
He was reinterred in Jamaica in 1964 and is hailed as Jamaica's first national hero and the prophet of the Rastafarian religion.
Although Garvey was a flawed leader, he's someone who is really important to the history of the Black radical tradition.
Do we lead with, George Washington was a flawed leader? Even though he was a flawed leader. Oh, even though Lincoln, he was a flawed leader. There's just always this low-level black misandry that just permeates through all conversation and all thought. Even when someone is trying to give you a rose-colored look of a national hero.
He was probably one of the strongest voices of Black nationalism in history.
But he influenced Malcolm and King and many others. All right, that's your historic minute. I need to do more of these. One of the things that can be very frustrating to me is just waiting for Black History Month to go into these deeper dives on who these folks are. Let me go ahead and give credit here. This is Marcus Garvey, strongest voice for Black nationalism in history. This is from the Biography channel. So I'll put that in the chat here so you can have that. Again, fair use. Hey, what's going on, man? So let's get into this conversation. Okay? We're looking at what's happened over the last month or so with Ye and Kyrie Irving. And the fact that we can sit here and watch people not only say things, they can do things, and nothing happens to them. Nothing happens to them. This is a modern day lynching, a public flogging, in order to tell Black people, shut the fuck up, know your place. And if you can take a billionaire's money, Adidas, German company, right? I believe owned by Nazi brothers. When they can tell you that you're being anti-Semitic and sever your deal. When banks can sever your deal, your business. That's power, right? And what do? Either you become Charles Barkley or Shaq, and you say, oh, he was wrong. And you support the system. You stand up for the machine. Because their buck broken. Now, how does Shaq, who I actually like, because he made shoes that were actually affordable and he wasn't gouging his own community, like Jordan and LeBron. Playing the movie in one of his theaters. How hypocritical is that? How has this movie been on Amazon And where is the cancellation of Amazon? Where is the consequence of Amazon? I'll try to put up an article here in a minute that shows that they're saying we may look into it and we may put a disclaimer on the movie. We may. That's a hell of a thing. That's power, right? So let's get into some definitions because we're an intellectually honest group of people here, right? And we got a lot of people that pretend that they don't understand what things are. They say stupid things like reverse racism and things that don't exist. Racism. This is from the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. A belief that race is a fundamental detriment of human traits and capacities, and the racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. Behavior or attitudes that reflect and foster this belief, racial discrimination or prejudice. The systemic oppression of a racial group to the social, economic, and political advantage of another. A political or social system founded on racism and designed to execute its principles. Racism has a power element to it. Racism has a power element to it. I can be racist if I can enforce it. Now, I'm going to show you a bunch of examples on how it is enforced on the Black community. And right now, the Jewish community is able to enforce that power. We're not able to enforce our power the other way. Now, that would be something else, right? Now, that could be prejudice, injury or damage resulting from some judgment or action of another in disregard of one's rights. An adverse opinion or leaning formed without just grounds or before sufficient knowledge, an instance of judgment or opinion, an irrational attitude of hostility directed against the individual or group or race or their supposed characteristics. Can Black people be prejudiced? Hell yeah, we can be prejudiced. I would tell you that everybody on this planet is prejudiced. You can be prejudiced towards some foods, right? I don't like eggs. But no, we can be prejudiced. Everyone is prejudiced. You can try to suppress that prejudiced thought that you have, preconceived judgment or opinion. You could be prejudiced against your own people. If I see a Black dude with cornrows and his pants sagging and he's all tatted up and he's walking down the street and it's kind of dark, I'm going to have a different kind of thought than if he's wearing a suit, clean cut, right? Let's be intellectually honest here tonight, y'all. You know, people say hurt people, stupid people hurt people. Dishonest people hurt people. What else we got here? Bias, an inclination of temperament or outlook, a person or sometimes unreasoned judgment, an instance of bias, a deviation of the expected value of a statistical estimate from the quantity it estimates. Bias. Can you have a bias that's somehow unreasoned? Sure. We all have biases. But again, that's very different from racism. Racism has power connected to it. Discrimination, prejudice, or prejudicial outlook, action, or treatment. The act, practice, or instance of discriminating categorically rather than individually. The quality or power of finally distinguishing, the act of making or perceiving a difference, the act of discriminating, the process of which two stimuli differing in some aspect are responded to differently. So, where do we see discrimination? We see it all the time. Where do we see that differing in treatment? We see it all the time. Let's play a few before we get into our main story tonight. Now, these come from the Young Turks. And, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, shout out to him. They have a daily show that has billions of views, and they will show, different things that happen, right? Let's go ahead and play this one here. Let me get the speed up a little bit. We're all so smart we can hear it a little bit faster, right? Let's go to 1.5.
Hey, Harvard, book club thing? Here it is. Cowards, let's put their picture up for a mask. I thought they were against wearing masks.
First off, how is that not a threat? Cops tell you all the time they were afraid for their life, right? So if someone was walking up on you like that with a bunch of hooded neo-Nazis, what are we supposed to do? See, we're just supposed to take it, right? Cops, they're afraid for their life.
All right, Sunday, a neo-Nazi group invaded Harvard Square in Cambridge, Massachusetts, threatening book fair goers. That's what they threatened, people that came there to read books, okay? The fascists wore apparel bearing the name of the Nationalist Social Club, also known as the NSC 131 crew. These so-called tough guys who raided a book event eventually scurried away in a van shortly after, threatening and cursing.
So this is the part that I don't agree with Dr. Ritchie on, right? When he tells these news stories, he likes to try to belittle them and, try to make fun of it. And I don't see anything funny about it, right? So, he scared them away. Oh, that's tough talk when you're behind in this seat. So we can say anything when we're behind in this seat. There's no fear of retaliation or doing something. That's that tough talk. That tough talk can get you into a bad situation. So that's only the one issue I have with Dr. Ritchie. Let's continue.
At bystanders. Then in a video posted by NSC 131. Tuesday on the online video sharing platform, Odyssey showed members of the group performing an apparent Nazi salute in front of the Democracy Center, a Cambridge meeting house where the Boston Anarchist Book Fair was taking place. This was over the weekend. Members of the group pounded on the doors and windows of the building and lunged at a passerby on the street. NSC 131 lads confronted Antifa.
So someone lunges at you, you're just supposed to take it, right? You can't be afraid for your life. Okay. Let's keep going.
But at the Boston Book Fair in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the group wrote in the video's description, Antifa, get inside the hostile passerby, were quickly deterred. Whose streets? Our streets. This is the first reported incident of the activity in Cambridge. The Democracy Center had been hosting a Boston Book Fair, an annual event that showcases anarchists, anti-capitalists, and anti-fascist literature each November. In a statement posted on Twitter Monday, the book fair wrote, the volunteers and these at the event prevented the NSC 131 members from entering the Democracy Center, and no one was physically injured. The book fair thanked the volunteers. Here's that tweet. It says, whether you're bringing extra snacks, wearing a mask, or shedding a door in a fascist face, you're participating in important acts of community care and solidarity. Thank you for your
All right.
support. Be able to fair. I love it. All right. New England Nazi. Let's go ahead and put his picture up. This guy's a piece of work. So New England Nazi Chris Hood, founded in SC 131 in 2019. Hood was arrested in July for fighting in public while he and other members protested at a children's drag queen story hour. Okay.
So I'm gonna stop it here. Does he lose his job? Does he lose his bank accounts? No. Second Amendment. They can not only say what they want, but they can go and pretty much do what they want. And that's okay, right? Systemic. So when people say, oh, nah, it ain't all that. We're in a post-racial society. People texting me. Again, intellectually honest. The act or practice or instance of discriminating categorically rather than individually. The act of making or perceiving a difference. The process into which two stimuli differing in some aspect are responded to differently. Bias. A person and sometimes unreasoned judgment. Prejudice. An adverse opinion or learning formed without just grounds or before sufficient knowledge, an instance of such judgment or opinion. An irrational attitude or hostility directed against the individual, group, or race, or their supposed characteristics. So now, no consequences for the neo-Nazi. In regards to Kyrie Irving, it was merely a post with no opinion, a post of the movie. Where to get the movie. That's it. And then he was flogged. He experienced his modern day lynching in the town square for all the blacks to see. Get back in your place, boy. And the house Negroes, the gatekeepers, the coons, the sellouts, they went along with it. Because if they didn't, they would find themselves canceled also. So it's an interesting thing when your allies punish you worse than the ops. That's a hell of a thing. That's a hell of a thing. Well, we go along to get along, right? Again, that bag is important. We can't lose it. We cannot lose that bag. Oh, let's do some more, right? People tell me, oh, well, here's what the deal is. These folks, they racism is dying out, right? This generation is more integrated. There's more interracial dating. They're growing up. They're friends. They're this, that, and the other. This thing is, it's fading off. It's going to just die off, right? Again, Dr. Richie, Young Turks, fair use.
range saying the N-word. Let me first go to the video. Here it is.
Get on the ground.
Yeah. He said, N-word, get on the ground. All right. Let's put the picture up full mass here. Okay. Give you significant background to what you just saw. The video shows the son of a Jessup, Georgia cop. It has circulated on social media. He is at the department gun range that's owned by the city. Okay. He's at the police gun range saying the N-word. News outlets didn't.
That is a good-looking young man. You might be sitting next to him on the bus. You might be in a meeting. Could be a coworker. That's somebody's son. That's someone's grandson. Oh, baby. That's a young man. Ingrained. But no, it's not systemic, right? Because the system would have to continue on, right? And how do systems continue on? Well, one way they continue on is, well, you have the grandparents that teach, because remember, parents are the first teachers. So the grandfather, the grandmother, they teach the father and the mother. And the father and the mother, they teach the son and the daughter. And this is what we have. When you looked at the neo-Nazis, those weren't 60-year-old men. Those were men in their 20s and 30s. Right? Systemic. But no, it's not a system. And when they be disingenuous, when they piss on your head and tell you it's raining, they say, well, show me a law that is actively discriminating against black people. Black people will be treated this way. If you are black, this is what will happen. See, there's no systemic racism. That's what they tell you.
Not published the video until now. Blake Stipe and Owen Spale were the students involved in the incident. Stipe is the son of a Jessup, Georgia police officer, according to a source from Jessup. At the time of the video, they were attending Wayne County High School. A black classmate at the time was alarmed by this post.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said man. High school. Kid. Oh, he was just playing, right? And again, see, this is part of what they do. See, when they say the N-word, they take its teeth out.
Post. Volume up. All right. Here's a video of two students at Wayne County High School that I'm graduating with tomorrow. Recorded and posted at the Wayne County Police Department shooting range by the names of Owen Spale, son of Amanda Spale and Kevin Spale, and Blake Stipe, son of Amy Stipe and brother of Madeline Stipe. Owen Spale is committed to Charleston Southern University. Tagged the institution. Blake just blocked me, so he's untagged. This is a threat. He is a thug. Blake's church, he goes to Crossroads Church of God. The church just blocked me and texted me to untag them, untag theirself. People.
Oh, wait. Oh, he's a Christian. Goes to church. Oh, what a good boy. See, you don't have to put the sheet on anymore. And see, the church ain't going to deal with it. And see, the church, period, has a problem. The white church and the black church. Because the black church ain't really going to, get too deep-throated in their disgust, in their rebuke.
In the comments trying to justify it as if he's not fantasizing about shooting a person of color. Now, let me say this to whoever made that post. I like your style. I like your style. Yes, this person is dangerous. This person is fantasizing about killing black people. This person is on a gun range. This person was not checked by anybody there. Nobody said, listen, what are you doing? Get the hell up out of here. Nobody. Let's go to the police chief, Perry Morgan. Okay, now damn, chief, what are you gonna do, sir? Do you have a statement? Have you had a conversation with the officer and say, hey, where did your son learn this? Why was he on the shooting range in the first place? Who gave?
All good questions, right? And this is where we have the gatekeepers, the house Negroes, the coons, the sellouts. What are you going to do about it? Let's see.
Give him access there. who made him feel comfortable enough to do any of these things. In a Facebook post back in May, Chief Perry Morgan of the Jessup Police Department would like to address the recent video that was released on Facebook. Now remember, he was the chief when all this happened. We at the Jessup Police Department would like to publicly denounce individual and systematic racism in all of its forms. We do not tolerate using racial slurs or condone this kind of abhorrent behavior in our organization at all. The individuals in the video are not affiliated with the Jessup Police Department in any professional capacity at all. No, they're family. They're family, right? I'm sure you have seen them at the picnic, cookout, whatever it is you all go to. I'm sure. Who gave the child access in the first place? Who did that? Did you launch an investigation? Is that proper protocol? They will go on to say that they were banned from the range in the future. The two individuals who are seen at this shooting range, it is the common practice to allow citizens to use the range as it is funded by taxpayer dollars. However, no one from the police department was present at the time, which by the way, that's required. These comments were made or the video was recorded. We were only aware of the incident after seeing the video online. We will be changing our policy that no longer individuals outside of law enforcement can come to the department's range.
Ooh, thank you. See how the discipline, the consequence is so much different, right? He's not gonna not be accepted into that college. There's gonna be a college that takes him, right? He's not gonna not be able to be a police officer if that's what he wants to do, right? But Kyrie Irving can just simply post a link to a movie. Now, do you understand systemic?
A cop's son at a gun range saying the N-word. Let me first go to the video. Here it is.
Get on the ground.
Freeze, nigger. Get on the ground. See, I hate the N-word shit because it takes the teeth out of it. Oh, they said the N-word. Right now, you'll see most cast, you can't even say the word bitch. Oh, they called her the B word. Oh, the vapors. But if it's rap culture, oh, we can say the N-word all day long. It's everywhere. That's cool on TikTok. It's cool on Facebook. It's cool on YouTube. It's okay. But here, oh my God. Freeze, nigger. Get on the ground. I'm 18. Oh, he's just a kid. There's so many of us that were just kids, that were over-sentenced, brutalized, murdered. But he goes on. And we're not going to speak up about it. We're not going to speak out about it. See, that's part of the game. You're too busy in survival mode. And, you know, for a lot of us, we're trying to keep that bag. So, you know, we can't say shit. We don't want our allies to turn against us because the relationship that we have with our allies teeters. Because as soon as you say something that they don't like, they turn into the op. I've watched so-called allies and how they regard me here in this town. I won't call names because it's pointless. The problem with allies is a couple things. One, they're cool with you as long as you only make that good trouble. They'll only go so far. They'll hold a sign. They'll protest. They'll speak on your behalf, even when they probably shouldn't. And there was some context. I wasn't there for it, but, you know, there was that Kitsap E-Race? Was that the community needs assessment panel at the Black Student Union? And what I was told was one of the white allies spoke up in regards to recording the event and wanted to make sure that the kids were protected and yada, yada, yada. And that's what I was alluding to a while ago. that we are so steeped in this victim mentality and weakness. Garvey was 14 in an apprenticeship, but these kids can't use their voice because that's going to hurt them. That's going to harm them. And that's a so-called ally protecting us. And then we go along with it, right? Yeah, we need to protect our babies. They need to be safe. Everything is healing, healing, healing. To me, it's acceptance, acceptance, acceptance. Just deal with it. Heal yourself. I is beautiful. I is smart. We haven't fought, really fought, in decades. And we wonder why things are the way that they are. We wonder why we lead in homelessness. Why the black dollar circulates the fastest out of this community. Why the only thing that's upheld in our community is the toxic parts of our culture. How we will fight for the toxic parts of our culture. The food that will kill us. The music. Even our sports. Parents living vicariously through their kids, hoping that they might make the pros. Parents using sports leagues as babysitting. They will drag them all over. County, city, state. When less than 1% are going to make anything in the pros. And then the average time in the pros is like 3 years. But they don't work on the academics. The women are steered into social degrees that don't do shit. Don't pay a livable wage. Boys are steered out of vocation. You know, it's an interesting thing. We're so prideful. And we say, black folks built this country. We built the White House. We built that. This country was built on the backs of slaves. Black people built this country. That meant that we were the carpenters, the welders, the farmers. We were all those things. And now, you barely see us. You go to a job site, we're not present. You go into the shipyard, we're a very small fraction percentage. And wherever we're at, we're usually the custodian, the secretary. These things haven't changed. Oh, you might get one person at the top. But we don't see it. We don't see it. The knowledge and skills and abilities of our forefathers have eroded. Social justice degrees. Let's keep going with our systemic. Again, fair use. This is the African Diaspora News Channel. It's one of my favorite channels here. Go ahead and get into this one here.
You have this crazy story out of Florida about a 10-year-old boy that was suspended from his elementary school and actually faces the charges of misdemeanor battery after he was accused of inappropriately touching a school counselor during a hug, according to an allegation his family denies. Now, the counselor at Holly Hill School in
10 years old. 10. My daughter just turned 11.
Volusia County alleged that she was visiting a classroom on October 24th to discuss something when a fourth grader approached her for a hug. And said, according to a police report and a copy of his suspension letters provided to his family's attorneys. Now, this woman says she turned sideways to give a side hug. You say, and the child put one arm on her shoulder and the other hand reached around and grabbed her left breast. Oh my God. A child that's wasn't even trying to do something.
10 years old. We are criminalized. We're talking about either a fourth or a fifth grader. See, they sexualize us at such a young age. Sounds like Emmett Till. Let's continue. But no. We're post-racial. There's no systemic racism. Problem is, are the parents that going to stand up? Is the community going to stand up for this little boy? Are we standing up for our Bremerton volleyball girls? See, I want to boycott because that was effective, right? You know, they say there's a saying, you got to use the enemy's tools against him. You can see how effective taking Kanye's or Ye's and Kyrie's money from them, taking their livelihood from them. You can see how effective that is, right? Even with Donald Sterling, they let him sell the team at fair market rate. They didn't just take it from him. They let him sell it. And as far as I know, that's all the consequence he took. He wasn't divested from all of his other interests and investments. Systemic. But no, you don't want to speak out. It's scary. Let's continue.
Like that. But let's continue with this story because black folk, I hate that public school system because this is what they always try to do to criminalize our children. They say the counsel said that she removed his hand, and he walked away. Okay, he said the police, they say, were called to the school in reference, they said, to an alleged battery, and now the child faces a charge of misdemeanor battery. A child.
Battery. And where's the kid going that he needs handcuffs? See, when they talk about the prison, the school to prison pipeline, that's a hell of an image. But this is how it starts. But, you're too busy. It's Thursday night. It's ladies' night somewhere. So some of y'all ain't watching this. Sunday, you might be in church. Maybe. You can deny it. You can hope that, because you've got white friends and you get along with folks and you don't really have that experience, don't really affect you. You might be thinking, it is what it is. You got black folks that deny it, right? They will straight up tell you. It's not my experience. When they have things like the disparaging health care that you receive, see, they don't see it. They see that you get sentenced harsher. They don't see it. When they see that they were locking your black ass up for marijuana possession and marijuana sales, and now you look and there's a marijuana shop on every damn corner. There's nothing but, young white owners legally selling the thing that you were locked up for. Now, what would equity be? Not only to let those folks out and take their charges away, but you would need to invest in them having businesses, right? So how does that work? So it's illegal until it's not, and when it's not, is white. What happened during Prohibition with alcohol? A lot of folks, a lot of history, and a lot of our spirits that we consume today that were operating illegally. But with Marcus Garvey, he was destroyed. With the mob, oh, it's okay. It's glamorized in Hollywood. We do it. You've got black rappers that take on mobsters' names. Capone, Scarface, etc., etc. Let's continue.
These people, like I said, aren't fit to be educating our children. Now, according to the police report, it said he hasn't actually been charged for it. Now, the lawyers representing his family, the boy's family, said he has been falsely accused. They further said the school never properly investigated the incident and suspended the child for 10 school days despite his, denying the claims. They say he was allowed to return to school on Tuesday. They say Volusia County Schools declined to comment on the incident. Now, the grandparents said, my grandson has been accused of something and then punished before the facts. They said, we will not stand for it. That's what, the grandfather has said to NBC News.
So let me ask you, do you think that there's some white allies or other BIPOC allies that worked at that school that could be speaking out in support of the kid or the injustice that's happening there? There could. Silence. People said silence is violence. I don't think that's accurate, right? Me closing my mouth doesn't get me hit. But the silence can make you complicit. The silence is benign neglect. I have folks that I have to educate because people will say racist things in front of them or things about me in a racially disparaging way. And they listen to it and they're upset and they're mad, but they don't say anything to the person. Instead, what they do is they come back to me after and they just say, oh man, this person, really pissed me off. I was really angry because they said something racist about black people or they said something racist about you. And it's like, well, what'd you do about it? Well, I'm just not going to deal with them again. So you just let it stand. It was okay. When your allies and your ops and the go-alongs, the get-alongs are all against you. Let's continue.
Now, they said the 10-year-old's teacher was in the room during the alleged incident, but did not witness what happened, according to the police reports. Oh, we got another Emmett Till situation going on? A white woman accusing a black child? And they say the police report said the suspension letter, it stated that the teacher called the fourth grader over to discuss what happened when he began to yell and the front office was called to remove him from the classroom. Yeah, you being accused of something you did not do. They're lying on you. So yes, you can get kind of animated. But any little thing that how we respond as black people is criminalized. I believe that's a lie. I think the boy just said, man, I didn't do that. Like, what are you talking about? You understand? So they say this.
Yeah. Dude, we're just supposed to take it, right? I'm 10. I'm trying to sexually assault you? Really?
Assistant principal called his grandmother to tell her what happened and to inform her of the suspension. Say the child's family disputed the counselor's version of events. And say attorney Rossi Williams said the boy says it was the counselor who initiated the hug. Say all he did was go up to hug her. It was nothing more than that for him. And say he went back to his desk, talked with his other football playmates. And the next thing he knew, the teacher calls him up and accused him of having groped the lady. It said this child, it said denied it, but even with him denying it, they still suspended him. They called the police. It said the counselor still told the police that she wanted to pursue criminal battery charges against a 10-year-old.
She wanted to pursue criminal battery charges. See, at the end of the day, as woke as you are, as progressive as you are, There's still a hierarchy, right? You've got believe all women, little 10-year-old black boy. You got believe all women, 14-year-old Emmett Till. Sound familiar?
My God, these people, man. These people. Jesus Christ. Now, according to attorney Frank T. Allen, who is also representing the family, said the family believes racism was at play. And said the child's father said the incident was reminiscent of Emmett Till, the boy 14 years old who was tortured and deleted by two white men in 1955 after a white woman accused him of making improper advances. Said the child is black and the counselor is white.
I see he has to say deleted and not murdered because you don't get monetized when you say certain words. I'm not trying to be monetized here. So I can say murdered, destroyed, killed. Shout out to Brother Phil. Definitely subscribe to his channel.
They said it exacerbates, they say, the stereotypes of black men and how they react around women and white women. According to his attorney, saying for her to go and do that and for her to go and do that and excoriate this child with these baseless accusations, this is going to have a long-term effect on him and how he interacts with people. And I say the incident left the child fearful about returning to school. His grandmother said the family is demanding the counselor's firing and say appealing the suspension and requesting that no charges be filed against the little boy in juvenile court. This is sick, ladies and gentlemen. This is sick.
No, and the boy is saying that the teacher or the counselor walked up to him to initiate the hug. What are we doing here? If this happened here in the county, what would we do collectively? What would we do? When I think about the girls' volleyball basketball team, the volleyball basketball team, the girls' volleyball team at Bremerton High, I'd say little to nothing. We do a lot of talking. Power is taken, it is not given. As long as you are asking for something, you're never going to get what you want. What did Biden tell Ice Cube? Now, if I win, come talk to me after. Now you're in office. I ain't got to listen to anything you say. But again, we're talking about systemic racism, power dynamic. But they'll tell you, nah, it ain't like that. You know, these are such isolated incidents. If you go on to Indisputable on the Young Turks, you will see story after story after story of these things happening. Oh, you don't believe me? Let's go ahead and play another one.
They're drunk. They're driving intoxicated. They're swerving. They get pulled over. Cop pulls them over. The cop ends up dapping the guy. Okay, lets him go. Person leaves, crashes, and kills somebody. Put up the picture of Nicholas Monachino. Tuesday, there was a judgment. This happened in Ohio. This was Judgment Day for the Portage County man convicted of drunk driving. This was an accident in April that claimed the lives of a couple who were simply out for a ride on their motorcycle. Okay, that's it. In August, the 27-year-old pleaded guilty to 2 counts of aggravated vehicular homicide. Failure to stop after an accident. Investigators say his blood alcohol content was more than twice the legal, and he had cocaine and marijuana in his system when he crashed his car into the back of a motorcycle on State Route 82, Aurora, April 29. Okay, let's put up the pictures of the people that he killed. That's the couple. Okay, that's the couple. They were simply being a couple. The driver of the motorcycle, 29-year-old Ryan Tukolsky, and his passenger, Sarah, were thrown from the bike. Both died as a result of their injuries. The person who did this never stopped. They never stopped. He never stopped his vehicle. He damaged, obviously, the front end of his vehicle, but continued to drive for miles anyway. He later crashed the car in a ditch in his parents' driveway, seemingly unaware he had just taken the lives of 2 people. The police officer's body cam showed him saying, "What am I being arrested for? Why am I being locked up? What are you doing? Before sentencing, prosecutors and the judge pointed out that the terrible tragedy in Aurora could have been avoided if the Walton Hills police officer had simply done his job and arrested Nicholas Monachino minutes before the fatal crash, but he did not. As a matter of fact, as I said before, there's actual video of the cop dapping him before allowing him to go. Clearly, the man is intoxicated. There's more. The officer witnessed him swerve on the street around slower traffic at a high speed and nearly lost control of his car. The officer followed him to a gas station, posed questions about his driving, and then after, as he says, failing to notice signs of impairment or the beer that was in his car, the officer gave him dap and said he can go, okay? The officer ignored all of it, put up the picture of where the beer was located. You see that? Now, the beer is in plain sight, okay? Which is your reasonable suspicion.
You know, this shit's hard to watch. That alone get us killed. You let him go. You dapped him up. Systemic racism, bias, discrimination, prejudice. See, we don't get that treatment. We don't get that treatment. And the thing is, even though this is white on white crime, is a cop going to lose his job? Probably not. At this point, he's just as responsible as the drunk driver. Different rules. There's nothing in the law books that says, hey, if you come across a black person and they got beer in plain view, if you can tell that they're swerving and you can smell marijuana and alcohol on them, that you need to throw the book at them and arrest them. There's no law that says if you pull over a white man who reeks of beer and marijuana and has beer visible and is swerving around, that you're supposed to let him go. See, there's nothing on the books, but this is how it goes down. The affluenza, the guy who was too rich, the boy was too rich to be put in prison. The white women who are too pretty to go to jail that don't get sentenced. There's a story that I believe that Dr. Ritchie did a month or so ago where a white woman killed 4 mothers, black mothers, and I think only got 4 months in prison for vehicular homicide. You have judges coming down off the bench to give hugs to Bolton John's killer. Systemic. There's no laws on the books. But you tell us who you're going to believe, me or your lying eyes. And we go along to get along, hoping that it just doesn't happen to us. That hopium. It don't work. Because it's going to come. And the thing is, while as the disclaimer, we don't condone violence here on the Conduit. You've got George Zimmerman running around here selling paraphernalia of his murder of a child. We just let it go. Well, we let it go until it comes to us. Now, if another black person does something, oh, it's on now, right? We got to keep it 100. We'll risk prison, death. We'll destroy the whole community just to get at you. It's a sickness. It's a sickness. Oh, let's continue on. Oh, there's more. I'm not even into the main part of the show. Fair use. More, Dr. Richie,
been
Young Turks.
reporting on for months, was finally indicted by the DOJ, and now it is known he also, according to their narrative, was involved in sex slavery. Let's put his picture up again to remind you of this sick, cowardly SOB. Roger Golubsky, the former Kansas City police detective, is accused now of targeting young Black girls and forcing them into sexual slavery. Federal authorities unsealed an indictment against Golubsky and 3 other men, Cecil Brooks, Lamarck Robertson, and Richard Robinson. This happened on Monday, alleging that decades ago they conspired to force women into sexual slavery. Now remember, the sins and the crimes of Golubsky, they stretch decades. He continued to receive promotion after promotion, even though his department was aware of his corruption. There's more. The 3.
Let me stop there, right? Oh, it goes decades and whatnot. Now, what happened to Ye? What happened to Kyrie? Kyrie has an indefinite suspension. He had to pay $500,000. He's losing money every game. I believe he lost a shoe endorsement. Ye's lost his deals, right? The public flogging. And what happens with these cops? They allow them to retire and get their benefits. They don't take their pension. They don't take their retirement. See, they don't destroy them. Oh, they've got families to take care of. Well, he did do good stuff for, 20 or 30 years. No, for decades, this dude was raping Black women. But we don't take their money. That's what systemic racism is. See, we don't have the power to do that to anyone else. So all we can do is be biased, prejudiced. Yeah, we can say we don't like you for this, that, and the other. There's no power behind that. So how come they get to keep their pension? How come they get to retire? Why aren't we taking that? Why we've never taken that? See, all of a sudden, the left, the progressive, the other oppressed, see, they can exact their power, retribution, revenge onto the Black community. We can't do that to the Jewish community. We can't do that to the white society. We can't do that to the dominant society. We can't even do that to our BIPOC brothers and sisters. We can't do that to the LGBTQI plus community. They can do it to us, and they have. And we're afraid to be canceled, to be shut out, to be shunned. But somehow, these goddamn woke, progressive liberals can't seem to enact that onto the right at all. Matter of fact, I hear a lot of conversations. We need to just, have conversations, and we need to hear them out, and, we need to do this, that, and the other. And, Second Amendment and free speech and our politicians aren't different, right? You have those on the right. Go back to the era of Obama. And you got politicians calling him a liar during the State of the Union. But you don't have the liberals doing that. Not to the right. But when it comes to Black folks, oh, y'all gonna fall in line. You ain't Black if you don't vote Democratic, right? That was Biden's words before the election. Know your place. Black men are being told because we Stacey Abrams didn't win, that we are victims and fallen prey to misinformation because we're so stupid. We're too stupid. When your allies and your ops and your go along to get alongs are all against you. See, it's all good if you don't rock the boat. We want truth, but we only want so much truth, right? What's the saying that folks like to say all the time? I'm living in my truth. See, you all get to live in your truth. We don't get to live in ours. And then when you get tired, or if it gets too thick, if it gets too heavy for you, then you just back out and you leave. Can't tell you how many conversations I've had with quote unquote allies that have talked about stepping back and stepping out. See, there's always that little safety, right? When it gets too heavy to be the black friend or the friend of black folks, you can step back. You can put your sign down. You can take your signature off of the open letter. How dare you speak out against black voice? How dare you not see it? How dare you be so woke, so progressive, that you would actually oppress the black voice that you should be elevating, that you claim that you're supposed to be elevating, that you're supposed to be listening to? Did you ever even stop to think of what it is you're supporting? All you guys that supported Black Lives Matter, watching them suck up millions, tens of millions of dollars, and buy luxury property after luxury property and not pour the money back into where it needed to go. When in the very beginning, and I showed this in the older podcast, when they wanted to dismantle the traditional black family, it's part of their mission, part of their vision, part of their action items. And you all good for that. When you tell our women that you need to be strong and independent, that you don't need a man, focus on your career, focus on your job, don't have children, abort your children. It's a health issue. But what do? You go home to your husband. It's offensive. And I watch it. I sit in here day after day with folks that clap and applaud and pump our black women up and tell them, yeah, go. You go ahead, queen. Yeah, queen. You go. You strong. You independent. You black. You is strong. You is beautiful. And they go home to their husbands. When they know the statistics of having a father in the home. But they cheer on and they accept the dismantling of the black family. And then all of a sudden, then they want to be fucking quiet about it. So they're really quick to say, oh, well, what Kanye said or what Kyrie posted was anti-Semitic, and that has to have consequences right now. This black man is misogynist. This black man is transphobic. Cancel, destroy, emasculate, cancel. But when it comes to the other things that they know that there's statistics on how Planned Parenthood was put into the black communities, you're silent on that. You ain't got the shit to say. When the ops and the allies and the go along to get alongs are all on the same side. And we wonder why shit looks the same. Why it doesn't change, that we only progress so much. And then they want to let you know, hey, nigga, we don't care how much money you got. You're a billionaire? Watch this. Is Weinstein broke? How long did Epstein exist untouchable? Who's the white dude that they gave the Oscar to that they still haven't, what was that, extradited back to the United States for rape charges? Systemic racism. But y'all don't see that shit. You know what's so frustrating is you got groups like Kitsap Surge, and I'm learning about these groups, right? And the way that I understand it is they want to be accountable to black organizations in the work that they do dismantling white supremacy and racism. There's organizations like that that exist across the country. The problem is they all seem to be on one accord, both the left and the right. Love to quote Malcolm, I have a dream that one day little boys, little girls will not be judged by the content of their skin, but by the content of their character. Or the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. They love quoting that shit. The left and the right. But they never quote any of the later king. They don't talk about how he mused, did he walk his people into a burning building? Right? See, when your ops and your allies agree, you got to start asking questions. But you don't want to lose the bag. You don't want to be canceled. You literally have people redefining what racism is, what anti-Semitism is. And we go along to get along. And we're so fractured. We have so much self-hate, self-loathing, distrust that we can't even figure it out for ourselves. We will trust a white person or someone in the BIPOC community way faster than we'll trust another black person or a black man or a black woman. And you got one time to fuck up with me and you're done. Right? That's how you feel, right, black man? Right, County? Right, Kitsap County? Right, Bremerton? Right, Paulsbo? Right, Kingston? Right, Bainbridge Island? Right, Silverdale? Right, Port Orchard? Right, Gig Harbor? That's how it is, right? You got one time. black woman, you done. I will throw all my support behind that BIPOC individual as long as it ain't your black ass. I will put all my support behind these white orgs and white individuals. But see, they ain't done me wrong. Or I know what I'm dealing with. Or I'm definitely going to hold you to a higher standard than I'm going to hold them to. And I might treat you like a piece of shit, but don't you dare treat me like one. I was having a conversation with someone today. I had to respond. They left me a voice message, mommying me, talking to me like I'm a child, damn near 50 years old. You know what? I didn't grow up having a mother. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? But this is where we're at in this society. They asked me, I said, black women don't respect black men. He's like, you really think it's like that? I said, yeah, hell yeah, I do. Especially here in this town. They tell us to lead, stuff like that. Whatever. So we're talking, the conversation is going on. I said something that had nothing to do with me. Got upset and hung up on me. But would have the temerity to ask just a few minutes earlier, you really think we don't respect black men? And then we excuse and just say, well, that's just who they are. That's that person being that person. Man, we got to get into the main part of this story. We ain't even gotten into the main part. This is the appetizer, y'all. Now tune in, because I got another one to go in on. You can't wait to hear my Black Panther review. That movie was horrible. Propaganda to continue to undermine the black community. And what's worse, the black man wrote the script, pushed it through. The only thing that we can do is boycott. Just like they canceled Ye and Kyrie, I will be selling my Disney stock. I don't think I have any Nike stock to sell. You have to be willing to sacrifice. When they had the bus boycotts, they walked, blistered feet, holes in shoes, body aching, losing time, in danger. It may change. See, cutting off, publicly flogging Ye and Kyrie is telling all the other folks that got less money, shut the fuck up. Know your role, Negro. Or should I say, like the media, know your role, N-word. Right, because that's too offensive. You know what? Before we get into the main one, let me show you what's offensive. Let me show you what's offensive, and let me show you what the hell they allow. Let me show you what they allow. Shout out to the Crimson Cure. All right? She is awesome.
And this,
I encourage, especially black women and teenagers, to get some Crimson Cure in your life. She will educate you.
Glorilla's new song. Now, you know, I'm not really one to keep up with the new song and always commenting on the new this and the new that, but it just sort of goes right into the flow of what we were talking about 5 things that Black women need to take away from Wakanda Forever. And this is basically why Glorilla's song Nut Quick, which is disgusting, should be disgusting to Black women. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to read you out the very disgusting lyrics. We can't play the song. I don't want to play the song. But we are going to see how asinine and how stupid and how really low grade and down low these lyrics are. Okay.
Now, have you, first off, the name, the masculization of our women, Glorilla, a play on gorilla. Why? Why? The thing is I know Black men get frustrated with movies like The Women King. I know there's Black women that get upset with movies like The Women King, where in every movie, the Black women are loud. They're always depicted in a mammy way, unattractive. And then we perpetuate it. And they push it forward. Let's keep going.
So let me go ahead. Let me
Look at that sister with that purple turban on there. You know she got me.
share the screen and we're going to read them together. Okay. So hopefully this is big enough for you to see. Okay, so that's just like, you know, a little intro or whatever. So the chorus goes, I could have been the president the way I lead these Negroes on. Say I might be racist by the way I do these Negroes wrong. If it's ever me or her, then you won't have to choose. I'm getting gone. Ain't never been no pick me be. I'm quick to leave a Negro alone. I'm a raw AB, but swear to God, I can't be F with. Found out I was pregnant, got it gone, and I ain't F since.
Couple things here. One, again, she's got a channel that's monetized. So she's not going to say niggas. She's not going to say fuck. She's not going to say bitch. I am because I'm not getting monetized. 2, she's a woman. Right? Now, if we're going to talk about a demonstration, an example of a Black queen, then that would be an example of a Black queen. That's why she's not saying the words. Thank you, Queen.
He thought I would be crazy after sex, but I ain't nothing. He could have been my favorite sneaky link, but he just nut quit. He thinking he that Negro, but not knowing who this B is. Cocky MFer, I ain't asking who no B is. He like to see me ride it from the front just like a windshield. He know that I'm a Big Mac and them other hoes some kids meals. I think that I'm speaking on them every time they see me drop, nodding their head, mad, knowing they want to give me props. It's bees that congratulate me knowing they want to see me flop. It's Negroes in my DM trying to drop a low to give me top. If the Negro head was fire, put his haircut on my tab. Boy trying to clock the P boy, you on my time. Was about to F with what's his name again, but was like, never mind. Cause if that hoe ain't with me now, that Negro wasn't never mind. So chorus again, which I
I'm going to read the chorus for you. Okay? Let me rewind so I can get the whole chorus here. Go back just a second there. And play it to the chorus.
name again, but was like, never mind. Because if that hoe ain't with me now, that Negro wasn't never mine. So
I could have been president. The way I lead these niggas on. Glow for president. Say I might be racist by the way I do these niggas wrong. Maybe I am. It's if it's ever me or her, then you won't have to choose. I'm getting it gone. I ain't never been no pick me bitch. I'm quick to leave a nigga alone. On the gang, I'm a raw ass bitch, but swear to God I can't be fucked with. Oh God, found out I was pregnant, got it gone, and I ain't fucked since. I'm gonna stop there, right? We talk about, oh, it's a health, my body, my choice, health issue. And see what these females are teaching our girls. Go ahead. Get rid of it. Kill it. It's funny. It's a song. It's a joke. It's a joke.
chorus again, which I refuse to read. And then verse 2 goes, first date, meet me at the mall since he say he boss enough. And I'm going to put that Negro back if he say it costs too much. They know I'm a star. I got them reaching like an MF. Cut them B's off because they was leeching like a MF. When it comes to Negroes, I ain't worried about no other hoes. They probably gonna kiss his A. I'm gonna make him suck my toes. They scared to make that Negro mad. I talk to him like a hoe. Young Negroes don't like breaking bread. That's why I like my Negroes old. Thinking that I give a F, that's where they be effing up. No, I gotta try a B if she acting tough as. Of course, I gotta lie just to get a Negro bucks. Ain't even got a caption on this because they know what's up. Now,
So, how does this get elevated? Now, Glorilla won a Grammy. How does this get elevated? What happened to our conscious rap, our KS ones, our commons? I guess our Kendrick Lamar's, folks like him. I don't really listen to contemporary stuff. And so you've got like R.A. Melber on MSNBC, and he talks about how much he loves hip hop and rap and this and that. But all these progressive woke liberals are on here talking about oh the N word. Oh my gosh, the N word. When they know they singing the same damn lyrics. They grew up with Tupac and Biggie and all the other bullshit. They say nigga all the damn time. They don't mean it. They mean it as a pejorative when they're mad at you. They listen to their parents and their grandparents. Put the ER on it. Don't you bring no niggas home. Right? But now we got to say the N word. But you've been in conversations with some of these allies and you heard how they really talk. Racism. We don't have the power to control it. And see, they'll switch it on us and say, well, you don't have to make that kind of music. I'm trying to get the hell out of the hood. I'm trying to find a way out. I don't play sports. And only 1% is going to make it professional anyway. I'm not a drug dealer. That might get me killed. I'm not or locked up in prison for a really long time. I don't want to be in a gang. That could get me killed. That could get me locked up for a long time. Man, I could do this rap thing. I could get out. Because why the hell would I work at McDonald's from minimum wage when I can't even pay my rent? when I'm watching other people making money off of this platform, and I can do that. And the more ratchet it gets, that's what seems to be what record labels that aren't Black owned elevate and promote. That's what the Grammys, not Black owned, will award and celebrate and elevate. So I can go with WAP, that wet ass pussy, I don't cook, I don't clean, to nut quick. And it's all good. You even see your allies bumping to the beat. The music comes on at one of our functions and they're there with us and they knowing the words and they mouthing the words, right? Participating in our own destruction. Participating in our own destruction. Let's see what else this queen has to say.
First of all, the lyrics are stupid. And that's actually part of the problem. See, when you go to the video on YouTube and you look at the comments, which I watched the video was, and you go to the comments and you see stuff like, oh, she having fun, oh, I just like her energy, oh, you know, she's doing it big, I'm glad for her success, blah, 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 blah. See, we got to be disgusted as Black women. The older Black women got to be disgusted in order to show the younger Black women why they should be disgusted at this. And I'm saying we got to be disgusted with it as women because it's not just having fun. It's not just, this is destruction put in the cloak of, oh, we just rapping, it ain't no big deal. You know, we just making a video or we just making a song or we just doing this or we just doing that, as if it doesn't have any impact on any.
Let me ask you, allies. Have you heard any of the Black folks you around talk like this? And when a Black man calls this out, we're misogynists. We hate Black women. So can you hear it from her? Can you hear it from her? Allies, I ask you again. Do you hear any of the Black people that you're around in this city, in this county, talk like this? Or do you key right along with it, knowing that it's destructive? All of a sudden, you can't speak up and speak out. That's not your place. But you'll get in the middle of Black men. You'll get in the middle of other things. You'll carry the seeds of rumor to and fro. You'll speak up and speak out and try to protect when you think it aligns. See, you know what's so funny? The allies are woke, and the Black go along to get alongs are asleep. I think Aretha Franklin had a song, Who's Zooming Who?
That the future generation is not gathering anything from this, as if music, movies, media, popular media, social media, and all of these media outlets don't have any influence whatsoever, or that the influence is so minor that we can dish it off. See, this is how they get us trapped up and caught up, because they always cloaking our destruction in entertainment. And because it's leisure, because we care so much about the leisure value, because we are stuck in the lost value system, and therefore we care so much about the leisure value, and that the
Ooh, we got to get into that later. Man, you see, she going off now.
Leisure value don't have no limit to it. And then there's nothing that you can put in that category that we will say, no, it's too much. Or this is too bad. Or this is too egregious. And anytime anybody say anything about a song or about a movie or about a this or about a that, we'll always have a contingent of Black women to come up and say, oh, you know, you hating because she just doing her, living her life, and then she got money and you ain't got no money and you just hating. Because again, when we take a look at the lost value system, what's above leisure? Wealth. having a couple of dollars, or at least portraying the illusion of having a couple of dollars, rectifies everything. That we can be destroyed, we can be broken, we can be single mom, we can be strong and independent, we can be alone, we can be this and we can be that, as long as we got a couple of dollars that we can try to lean on and try to flex in front and cap in front of somebody about. And I don't know.
Y'all want to hear more? Ain't too many people watching right now. Damn sure ain't nobody in the chat. It ain't safe out here. Like I said, hit dogs holler. So you know you're not going to get a lot of people watching it. They might ninja watch it, right? They'll probably take it out of context. They'll probably be intellectually dishonest. They definitely have some hurt feelings. They won't try to get right? Because your allies already think they're right. And you can't tell them anything. You can't tell your allies anything. You damn sure can't take the go along to get alongs anything. The bag chasers, the money makers. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. We don't even have to worry about the ops, the enemies. You know, when they talk about the Democratic and the Republican Party being the same, two wings on the same bird, two sides of the same coin, yada, 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 whatever saying you want to put there. This ain't any different. Just in a lot of ways, it's worse. See, the liberals will give you the social programs that are designed to get you addicted to government help, to encourage you to dismantle and destroy the black family, to make it where you can turn on the government if you want. You can speak out and speak up if you want, but we're going to cut you off at the knees. And, since you're so fractured as a people ain't going to come to your aid. You're not going to support each other. Not really. See, Bremerton volleyball girls. Not really. They might talk about it. They might talk about it. They might talk about it.
I don't know what kind of low bottom falling out. What constitutes rock bottom for black women? What constitutes that? Because it's all having fun listening to a young woman talk about how she gonna do Negroes wrong and how she doing this and doing that, and how she don't care, how she don't love them. These are the same women that give her 10 years, give her 5 years. These are the same women that get on panels on YouTube and talk about how the men haven't valued them, how the men don't respect them, how they can't get good relationships out of men. But this is what you have done. These are the types of behaviors that you thought was okay and you cheered and celebrated. Talking about it's just a good time. When black women gonna stop trying to have fun all the time? Your community burning all around your feet and you ready to have fun. You still trying to turn up. Your kids don't have fathers. You have multiple children with multiple baby daddies. They don't really know their fathers. You tracing them in and out. You tracing men in and out of your home, in and out of their life, in and out of your life. You feel with trauma. You don't address it. You having them kids put in a situation where they're being traumatized, not gonna address it.
No, Crimson Cure. No, here's the deal. Let me do it side by side with Crimson Cure. Crimson Cure. Here's the deal, right? Here's what black women are telling me, right? Many of the young black mothers too. See, all of us black men out here, we are fathers by committee. So you got the coach, you got the teacher, right? You got the uncle, you got the boyfriend, you got the dude that's in the friend zone. You got Brother Tony at the church. See, it's parenting, it's fatherhood by committee. And she will give herself a happy Mother's Day and a happy Father's Day. That's what's happening, Crimson Cure. They good. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Let me go back to what you were saying.
They're gonna get grown and have to work through most of their adult life trying to correct the stuff that you put on them, and the cycle gonna continue, and the generational curse gonna continue. And y'all gonna still be trying to have fun until you're 37, and it's gonna be TikTok or some other kind of social media platform where you're gonna be crying on it about how nobody taught me how to love a man. Nobody taught me how to do nothing. That's why I ain't got nobody. You're gonna blame it on the whole world when it's my platform. There are other platforms out here. All this information on how to learn.
And your allies go back to their husbands. Your allies go back to their husbands. Your go along to get alongs, they go home to their husbands. You know the black women that are married that are telling you that you strong, black, and independent, that you don't need no man. Now, you don't need no male. Facts. You don't need no male. But they go home to their husbands. Right? Crimson Cure, y'all. Please check her out. I know it is difficult to hear it from a black man. I would say probably can't even hear it at all. Can't hear it at all. Which is problematic. When Kevin Samuels was alive and black women were saying, well, you know, we just didn't like his tone and how he was saying it. But talking soft, you don't hear that shit either. Let's go back to Crimson Cure. She had something else that she wanted to say. Fair use.
Become a series because I talked about Glorilla's Nut Quick video, and you might be able to check it out here. And we discussed the issues with it. I got two videos that I want to show you. One, and then later on, I'm going to show you the other one. And this video is not new. This circulated before, but I just want to show you something very interesting. Here you go.
Let me just go to normal time.
Here, what you have playing in the background is WAP. And what this says is Cardi B immediately cuts off WAP when she sees Culture enter the room. Culture is her daughter. Okay, for those of you who may not know, I'm going to stop sharing. Culture's her daughter.
That's her song. Wet Ass Pussy is her song. And when her daughter comes in the room, she turns it off. But I'm in so many spaces with mothers who have kids, Culture's age and older, who just letting the lyrics play. She knows it's harmful. She wrote the song. And now she talking about she want to get out the game now. After she has had a huge part in helping to destroy the black community. I'm at game night and I got folks older than me telling me to turn that song on. That's their jam. I'm like, what the fuck? We're so lost. We're so lost. How visceral is that visual to watch the mother turn off her own song when her daughter walks in the room? And we will defend that shit.
Daughter. And she's turning up to WAP, right? Apparently she's like on a live stream or whatever. And she's turning up to WAP. She got drink, blah, 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 blah. She's like mouthing the words. And as soon as she turns around and realizes that her young little daughter has walked into this room, she immediately cuts it off and says, no, 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 no. Why does she do that?
Tell us.
Because she understands exactly what that music does to young minds. See, yesterday, we went over the lyrics to Glorilla's Nut Quick. But there's more, because we also went over prior to the fact that she won a Grammy for FNF. Now, a Grammy, just to speak on that for a moment, a Grammy is reserved typically to honor a certain level of exceptional artistry, imagination, creativity, musical genius, or musical innovation. Apparently, FNF fit that bill because it's doing the job that it's supposed to do to corrupt the minds of young girls and young women listening to it, young Black girls and young Black women who are.
And we don't control the Grammys. We're not typically the music producers or the record companies that's putting this out. So they're telling us what they will put out. They're steering, they're designing, they're social engineering our culture to put out the most toxic parts of our culture. And the people that are producing it aren't so stupid to know they need to turn it off when their little girl walks into the room. Because they don't want their little girl being influenced about it. But they give a shit about your kid. But you go along to get along. You defend it. You support it. And then you claim that you're a victim. You claim you're a victim. How are you a victim? You understand the difference between right and wrong. She sees it, and she wrote it. So why don't you? But y'all will defend the shit out of that. But you're not going to defend Ye. You're not going to defend Kyrie. Not out loud. Not publicly. Because would they cancel all of us? No. But that's the point. We're going to take the biggest buck and we're going to break them. Buck breaking. The biggest buck is Ye, billionaire. We're going to buck break him in front of all of America, in front of the entire world. We're going to take his money. We're going to take his business deals. We're going to take Kyrie, who just sent a text or a tweet with a link to the movie. No commentary on the movie. But you got neo-Nazis outside of Harvard. You've got white kids at gun ranges. Freeze, nigga, I'll shoot. No consequences. You got Charles Barkley and LeBron and Shaq and all these other people disavowing, carrying the water of systemic racism. And what does that do for the average man and the average woman? Oz better be quiet, because they's going to come for me. And I don't want to lose what I got. So I works really hard, and I got a families to raise, and I got rents to pay, and I got some mortgage. And I works too hard. I's got to get my bag. I got to keep my bag now. And the ops and the allies and the go-alongs, the get-alongs are on the same side.
Are listening to it. However, with the clip we just saw, we watched Cardi B, the other person who did WAP right along with Megan Thee Stallion. Lyrics was just as nasty as Megan's. Okay? As soon as she saw her daughter walk into the room, she turned that music off because she understands that the music that she makes and the money that comes from that music, that little culture is going, that's going to fund her lifestyle, and the lifestyle that her daughter is going to come to enjoy is corruptive in nature. She know it. She know that if she let her daughter, especially at this young, tender age, listen to a song like WAP that is inappropriate among other things, and it will corrupt her. See, she doesn't think that she's too young to understand the words, so therefore it's not going to bother her. Therefore, it can't be inappropriate because culture is too little to actually understand what she's listening to. Cardi B doesn't think that. Cardi B understands.
What'd she say? Cardi B don't think that. Cardi B understands. Wow. Wow.
That it's a subconscious thing as well. So even if culture doesn't understand the exact words or the context of the words or the reason why the song is what it is, or she doesn't get the sexual vibe or the energy from that song just because she's a little kid and she doesn't understand that, Cardi B isn't too unaware as to know that that's still going to affect her and it's still inappropriate, and I'm still not going to let her listen to it. If I can help it, she's not going to listen to it in here. I'm not going to be the one to give it to her. When she get older and realize her mama made WAP, that'll be a conversation we can have then. But right now, my little girl is a little girl, and I'm going to try to keep her a little girl as long as I possibly can. And part of me keeping her a little girl is keeping stuff like this, whether I made it or not, away from her as much as I possibly can. She gonna the best song she gonna listen to, the most catchy song culture gonna listen to is Baby Shark do 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 do, Baby Shark do do do. That's gonna be the catchiest song she hears, and I don't blame her.
That was the catchiest song Layla heard. And Bubble Guppies. That was the jam right there. Bubble Guppies, it's time for lunch. It's time for lunch. And we defend it. We justify it. We make every excuse in the book for it. And then we're surprised on how our kids turn out. And then we blame it on white supremacy. We blame it on systemic racism. Could be those things. But you need to be accountable. What's your part to play in this shit? What's your part to play? Oh, you don't have a part to play? Let's listen more to Crimson Cure. Again, check out her channel, Fair Use.
Channel. I'm your host, femininity coach, and author of The Crimson Cure, and this is my perspective. So what we're talking about today, I just want to bring y'all attention.
Did she say femininity coach? Ooh, man. Oh, maybe she's misogynist. Maybe she hates black women. Right? Because that's the narrative. That's the narrative. Let me.
Because we've been talking a lot about women's sexual market value, but we also been talking a lot about culture. If you remember, I did a live stream about how white supremacy and white feminists kind of control black culture and black female culture. And I just want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Now, recently, I believe it just aired a few days ago or something like that, the BET Hip Hop Awards. And
Now, this podcast here was a month ago, so just for context.
Who got awarded? I want to point out one person that got awarded, Glorilla, which is a girl, okay, won an award for that single FNF, or F Ninja Free. Okay, the one that, okay, if you remember my video that I did about the girl rapping in front of the Planned Parenthood with that beat, that was a spinoff of this song, FNF, which was the original song. So I'm not going to play the song, but I am going to share my screen. I'm going to read the article. It's super short. Let me go ahead and read the little article or whatever. Okay. So Glorilla wins her first award at the 2022 BET Hip Hop Awards. So this is what, 10 days ago this was posted. All right. So Memphis rapper Glorilla has continued to gain popularity since the release of her hit single FNF, Let's Go. At the 2022 BET Hip Hop Show Awards this Tuesday, Glorilla made a career milestone with her first award win for Breakthrough Hip Hop Artist. The Memphis native hit the charts with her summer hit FNF and recently collabed with Cardi B for her track Tomorrow 2. After signing with Yo Gotti's record label CMG in July, the rappers worked.
Hold on. You know what? Let me read the lyrics to y'all because, people don't believe fat meat is greasy. You know what I'm saying? People don't believe fat meat is greasy. Gorilla. And I haven't heard this song, so this probably ain't gonna make a whole lot of sense. Glorilla. Let's go. Woo woo. Hey. On gang. I'm FREE. Fuck nigga free. Fuck 'em. That mean I ain't gotta worry about no fuck nigga cheating. Woo! I am SINGLE again. Yep. Outside hanging out the window with my ratchet ass friends. Let's go. I'm FREE. Fuck nigga free. Fuck 'em. That mean I ain't gotta worry about no fuck nigga cheating. Woo! I'm SINGLE again. Outside hanging out the window with my ratchet ass friends. The old big glow rilla. You can catch me out in traffic, tinted sliding with your hoe. Skirt, I ain't popping out at parties. Gotta book me for a show. Give me that. He say, y'all be living fast. Nah, pussy boy, you slow, stupid ass. We hopping out in red lights. Go, go, twerking on them. Headlights. She say she can't come outside today. That means she's scared, right? Huh? I be put up in the winter, in the summer, pop out every night on gang, bragging on that nigga top. You better hold his head tight. Better watch him. Anyway, life great. Pussy still good, but they knew that. Still eating cake, wishing that a bitch would, but they won't. Got a foot up on their necks, as a bitch should. Watch me plot. Let's go on gang. I'm FREE. Fuck nigga free. Fuck 'em. Okay? That's the lyrics there. This is what got a BET award. So when you motherfuckers say, oh, it's white supremacy, systemic, but then you got the BET, our shit, giving us awards for this bullshit. You got to be accountable for this bullshit. Oh, and, BET's not black owned anymore, but, it's still full of black people that are put in place to promote this bullshit. So you get a Grammy and you get a BET award. When the ops and the allies and the go along to get alongs are all on the same side. This is what this shit looks like. And you wonder why our boys aren't reading at level by the 4th grade. Why we lead in homelessness. Why our life expectancy is so low. Why we lead in most of the worst demographics. Why single motherhood is exponentially higher than other groups. Why we're in prison at higher rates. Shall I go on? Why our divorce rate is so high. Why our intimate partner violence is so high. Oh, and by the way, when you look at the research, it's about even. And if you really look at it, you can even see studies, I believe, where they show that women are the physical instigators usually. But hey, it's systemic. We're victims. This is just happening to us. And we will defend this shit. I can't wait to see how long it takes for my subscriber numbers to go down and how people regard me in the next 2 weeks. Your allies will support this bullshit. They will help to promote and pump this up. They will elevate this shit. They know it's toxic. They know it's destructive. They know at the least it's non-productive. We just had a conversation about Takeoff being murdered, right? I showed you the wiki of all the hip hop artists that had died in the last 20 or 30 years. All of that wealth gone. All of that talent gone. All of those fathers gone. All of the potential gone. But pump out another artist. Let's give him a BET award for the lyrics that I just read. Okay. But somehow you can't see how folks would be like, shit, y'all doing it to yourself. I love to be empathetic, but yeah, there's some shit out here that's being done. There's some systems that are in place that still need to be dismantled. And there's a lot of work to do. The healing, as everyone likes to call it, that seems to be the buzzword, all this damn healing that needs to take place. If you want healing, you need truth. Real truth. Stop the fucking cap. Stop sugarcoating this bullshit. Stop soft shoeing this bullshit. Oh, you think I'm talking too hard? You think I'm using some language? Look at the fucking lyrics. They're awarding this. See the relaxed conversation, queen, king, we better than that. We got to rise above it. We got to heal and, we got to build and, we got to get on the same page. We got to speak with one voice and we just got to do better. We got to support each other's businesses and endeavors and we need to prop each other up and we just need to do all these good things. Sister, we need to do all these good things, brother. It's talk. It's bullshit. It's cap. Diversity and equity and inclusion position in the mayor's office. Daryl provided the information. Did anyone come speak? Everyone had other shit to do. But a right-wing politician had time to take from a dinner out with friends to make public comment and go back to her evening. You'll make every fucking excuse in the book. Gotta take your kids to football practice. MMA's coming on. NBA's on. NFL's on. You need to get those new shoes? Oh, no, you got to get to the weed shop before it closes. Where are you going, to the garage? McLeod's? Where are you going? Where you got to get to? You at the Golden Star? Where you at? You at church? Where are you at? Just going to pray it away, right? Faith without work is dead. But you all right. You paying your mortgage. You paying your rent. You doing all right. You're out of time. You've watched this country give 60, 70 billion dollars to Ukraine. You watch them allow illegal immigration. And all the while, you're getting evicted. You're homeless. You're in prison. You're uneducated. Your mental health is fucked up. You're addicted. You're depressed. You're lost. You're confused. You've dismantled your family. You've dismantled your community. And you're watching all the resources flow other places. And you expect someone to do something for you. Everybody's in line for something. We're just the beginning of BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color. White women, LGBT, everybody's in line. Immigration. You don't feel like you got to stand in line. So you don't vote. Damn voting. You don't run for office. You elevate folks that ain't really going to change the game. Stacey Abrams in Georgia blaming black men for losing. How could you elect Warnock but not elect me? Black men being fed misinformation because we're stupid, right? But clearly we have power. We just don't use it. And we don't hold our allies accountable. Because again, it's really hard to support the other part of ML King. They can support the I Have a Dream, but they can't support walking into the burning building. What have I done? They can't support the Marcus Garveys. They can't support the Malcolm X's. They can't support the Panther Party. Oh, they'll take elements out of it, right? They'll romanticize it. They'll co-opt the Rainbow Coalition. They'll co-opt the Underground Railroad. They'll co-opt principles of the Panther Party. But when you really start speaking the truth, they're going to fucking disappear. They can't stand next to you because they're not going to jeopardize their bag. They got to go home to their wife. They got to go home to their husband. They got to make sure that they get their bag. And some of you are next to you just to make sure that they stay in front of you. Let me say that again. Some of them are next to you just to make sure they stay in front of you. You know, when they say, oh, skin folk ain't kinfolk. Oftentimes, the people that are saying that are the folks that are plotting your demise. The ones that want to be part of the system that they supposedly are trying to dismantle. White women are very good at that. When we look at the parts of toxic femininity and the feminist movement, And it's not equity. They want equality. And what gets created is inequity. The pendulum switches all the way to the other side. But a good point was brought up. When the patriarchy, when the evil white man dies, when the evil white man gets divorced, where does that fucking money go? Goes to the white woman. They want their place in the patriarchy. They want their place in the system. The go along to get alongs want their place in the system. The bag chaser. I just want to be able to play the game. Let me on the board. That's all I'm trying to do. I don't really want to dismantle this shit. I just want to be able to get on the board. And I don't want the little bullshit property, the little purple property, the little blue property. Let me get at least to the second. I don't need to have Park Place and Boardwalk. Just let me get on the second line. Let me get some of that yellow property or that red, that Illinois, that Ventor. Let me do that. I'm not trying to dismantle this shit. I want to be a part of it. But y'all don't see it. You don't see it. And with all the disgusting things that are done to us on a daily basis, if you watch the Young Turks, and it's not my favorite channel, but I got to give them respect because Indisputable with Dr. Richie every day has at least 3 to 5 examples of racism that's happening against black folks in this country every day. But they'll tell you it's not systemic. If you just stop talking about it, it'll go away. The thing is most of y'all don't even see it. Because it's not coming up on your TikTok feed. It's not coming up on your Facebook feed. It's not coming up in your Instagram. Most of y'all are too busy decorating yourself like it's a Christmas tree. At some point, when do you just say, you deserve what you get? That's why SBM, save yourself, black man. They want to stay asleep. They want to stay in the matrix. They will fight you to stay in the matrix. And you wonder. I hear people talk about, man, I wouldn't have been on that slave boat. I'd have killed me, them slave masters. You wouldn't have had me on no. Bullshit. Bullshit. Because you're on a goddamn boat right now. And you're too afraid to say anything. And matter of fact, you do the masses bidding every single day in your actions, in your beliefs. In your blatant disregard of what is right there obvious in your face. By teaching your offspring the same ignorance that has penetrated your own mind. And then they show Ye and Kyrie as an example, just to make sure that your black ass doesn't get any kind of courage. Sit your ass down. And they'll make an example of you from time to time. So you stay quiet. You stay compliant. You rah-rah a little bit. When it's really bad, you might go out there and hold a sign. You'll sign on to a letter. You might be Billy Badass in a meeting with a bunch of middle-aged white women and a few white men. But beyond that, it's business as usual. Now, that's probably the realest sermon you've heard all year. But you can't hear it. If you can't hear it, it just pisses you off. If you can hear it, you're going to hang on the one thing that I said that wasn't eloquent. I got you. You shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that how you said it. So I'm going to disregard everything that you said. Right? That's part of the game. See, as long as I live in my victimhood, I don't have to take accountability for my actions because, see, this shit has been done to me. These systems have been set up. The game is already rigged for me to lose, so why the hell should I even play? And hell, Marwan, you're already telling me no one else is stepping up. So if I step out there by myself, they're just going to cut me down. So why the fuck should I even try? Look what they did to Ye. Look what they did to Kyrie. So what do you think they're going to do to me? I make $15 an hour. I'm on Section 8. I get food stamps. Who am I? Especially compared to them. Especially compared to the pastors and the reverends and the business owners and the female women leaders that are in this community. I can't hold a candle to them. And you want me to do something? So I take my kid out of football, then what? I take my daughter out of volleyball, then what? I turn off the music, then what? Is it really going to change anything? Is that going to pay my rent? They're going to put food on my table? Like Crimson Cure was saying, I want to have fun. I just want to be happy. Someone was telling me the other day, a person that's chasing happiness is destined to be miserable. Happiness happens in moments. It's not a consistent feeling. So if you're chasing happiness, you're destined to fail. But that's the trick, right? To make you feel that you can't change shit. That even if you change yourself, it's not going to have impact on the greater scale. I wasn't always the person that I was. In my 20s, I was very selfish. In my teens, I was very selfish. I was an asshole. I was a piece of shit. Not worthy for life or breath. But now I've changed lives. Hundreds. So you can make a difference. Have the temerity. Have the unmitigated gall. Have the balls. Man up, woman up. Do whatever the fuck you got to do. Make the change. Don't wait until New Year's. Your resolution starts today. It starts with you. Your resolution is your revolution. Why the hell should anyone else change if you won't change? Why should society change if you won't change? You change, then you change them. We're not buying that bullshit. I don't want to hear fuck nigga free. I don't want to hear nut quick. I don't want to hear wet ass pussy. I want to hear literacy. I want to hear math competency. I want to hear savings. I want to hear investment. I want to hear entrepreneurship. I want to hear two-parent homes. I want to hear values. I want to hear vocational skills. I want to hear community. I want to hear learning. You can do that. You must do that. See, your children are children right now. You are the protector. But are you giving them the best chance? Or are you just ensuring that their asses start in the back? And if they somehow make it out and make it up, it's a miracle. Are you giving your child the same odds as winning the lottery to be successful? To not have to live like you are? To not have to live in the world that you're living in? Or does misery love company? And you're so fucking selfish that you would visit that shit on your own children. That you got your own problems and your own hurt. That you're going to find it with food or alcohol or drugs, with toxic relationships. And because that dirtbag dude makes you feel good, that you're going to give in to what you like and not what you need. Because that chick got all that damn makeup on and she's all processed. She doesn't even know who she is, and you don't even know what she actually looks like. She got on a wig and lashes and makeup and piercings and tattoos, colored hair. She doesn't love herself. She doesn't know herself. She doesn't even want to see herself. And she can only feel safe if she puts on a facade, if she puts on the lie. And that's what you're engaged with. You're out of time. We're in a recession. We just came out of a pandemic. People lost their jobs. People lost their lives. People have health issues. The emergency assistance is dwindling. They just shared yesterday that, the emergency funds for food stamps is over. In December, you're going back to what you would normally get. And for most people, it ain't shit. And they decided to do it in December. So you got a whole bunch of food stamps for this month. Happy Thanksgiving. But in December, you might be looking for a free turkey dinner like many other families because your food stamps ain't going to stretch. Why? Because they got you used to that shit. You're used to the handout. Now you believe it's an entitlement. You don't know how to work for it. You can't do what your grandparents did. You shouldn't have to do it that way, right? The silent generation, our ancestors that went through World War I, World War II, Vietnam, we're so damn soft now. We can't work. We can't grow crops. We can't learn. We got mental health issues. We're unhealthy physically, spiritually. And now that you're addicted to the Section 8, to the food stamps, now that you're willing to destroy your family, now that you're willing to be strong and independent and be a bag chaser, as they divert resources to everywhere but you. As the landlords are now pissed off and don't want to rent to voucher holders because you were entitled when you didn't pay your rent for 18 months and you didn't talk to the landlord or you talk shit to the landlord. And not only does he not want to rent to your black ass, but the next black person that comes around, he don't want to rent to them either. And while it's illegal to discriminate based on race, they find other reasons to disqualify your ass. Oh, and it's a game of musical chairs and everyone's desperate. So you got people from Seattle coming over. You got the military over here. You got people working in the shipyard. And yeah, I'm going to rent to them first because I'm more likely to get the rent. To not be stuck if something else happens where you're not paying rent for 18 months and I can't pay my mortgage. It ain't personal. It's just business. So where are you going to go? Oh, you're not on the lease? You're not supposed to be living there? Find out you're there, I'm going to evict everyone. Get out. Oh, y'all don't own any homes? Okay. Go down to Salvation Army. Go hit up the Quality Inn. See if you can go stay with the rescue mission. You're building plenty of storage units. You can downsize your stuff, get into something smaller and smaller, move in with friends and family until that relationship becomes so strained that they kick you out or you leave. Go to school, get your social justice degree. That, as you can see, they're valuing less and less. Supreme Court trying to get rid of affirmative action. We got an infrastructure problem in this country. Our bridges, our roads. We have no high-speed rail, fiber optic, solar, electric cars, STEM. Are black people steering themselves into the positions of the future where they will be able to take care of themselves and their families? Can you bring back second and third generation firefighters, police, carpenters, bricklayers, car mechanics? Or does everyone think they can sell their ass on OnlyFans? Or does everyone think that they can make money being a YouTuber or playing video games? Hell, we all still think we're going to be rappers and athletes, right? Still a small percentage. You got folks in their 40s, 50s, and 60s still trying to play a young man in a young woman's game. Work till you die, and you're going to die young. YOLO, you only live once. You got a fear of missing out. You're chasing happiness, but you're miserable. While there is some dog whistle in earning an honest buck and the value of work, the value of earning, there is truth in it also. Separate the chaff from the wheat. You are out of time. Still due for the big earthquake here. We've had tornadoes in Kitsap County. Oh, it didn't hit you, so it doesn't matter, right? And if all this racism exists the way that you think it does, black people, when the hospital isn't operating the way that it's supposed to, and they got to triage people, do you think you're going to get the treatment you need, when you need it, how you need it? Are the people that are going to be put in front of you? Are you going to be pushed out? Are you going to be in the waiting room longer? Right? Because studies show that they believe that our skin is thicker, that we have a higher pain tolerance, that we don't feel pain the way that other people do. So if you believe that's true, that they're going to discriminate on you based on your race, and you're not going to get the job because of your name, or when you walk through, that's how they see you, that they're not going to rent to you, they're not going to sell to you, they're not going to give you good interest rates, that if you do something wrong, they're going to give you more time. If you do believe that, the fuck are you doing about it? The fuck are you doing about it? Put the pipe down. Put the drink down. And while the Bible is great and it's awesome, take action. Prayer is only going to take you so far. Jesus take the wheel don't work. And you doing the best you can is cap. Stop lying to yourself. Figure it out. Because here's the truth. When the shit gets hard, when something happens, very few are going to show up for you, if any. See, girls volleyball team. Very few are going to show up for you. See, DE&I position in the mayor's office. Very few are going to show up for you. See, COVID. Very few are going to show up for you. Hey, man, I love to give you some water. I love to give you some food. But man, I gotta keep this for my family. I don't want to see you starve to death. But I gotta take care of mine first. You ever had someone come and try to borrow money from you, and you know that they just bought a gram of weed or a pack of cigarettes, and it's like, I need $20 to put in my gas tank, or I need to pay this bill. And it's like, damn, if you had used the money that you want to smoke up to pay the bill, you wouldn't need to be borrowing money from me. I need my money. And then they mad at you because you won't loan them money. And you're gonna point that out. Man, just say that you ain't gonna give me the money. You ain't gotta give me all that. I watch people fuck off their money every day. And I'm talking about for stupid shit. I'm not talking about altruistic things or people really trying to help other people, even to their own detriment. That's kind of a different thing. Not the wisest, but that I can get. But folks that are trying to make themselves happy at the casino. It's the first of the month. And I see so many of y'all at the casino. Blowing your entitled funds. Your copium, your hopium. You digging in your ashtray and your couch to get you a $4.50 pack of premise cigarettes from the Native shop. You're all pissed off and angry because you can't afford the weed that you had on the first week when you had money. Now you're stressed out. Because you're riddled with guilt. You buy your kids clothes and games and other bullshit that they don't need. And now you don't have any money. Now you're stressed out. Because you're keeping up with the Joneses and you're riddled by guilt. You try to throw birthday parties that you can't afford to throw. And now you're broke. And instead of teaching the value of earning money and saving money and the value of relationship and not possessions and things, you're in a perpetual hell. And when they say hurt people, you're hurting your children. You're fucking your children up. You're creating the statistic. But see, people want to pat you and say, you're doing the best you can, baby. Just keep on going. Just pray about it. It'll be all right. Just keep doing what you're doing. I get it, baby. You're doing good. Just, and they won't tell you the truth. Why are you trying to make yourself physically feel good? Because feminists told you that it's your body. Hot girl summer. Go ahead. Sexual liberation. Sexually free. Now you can't pair bond. You running around here fucking everything that moves. You sleeping with your homie's girl. You didn't sleep with so many women. You couldn't commit to anything. You don't know what love is. You don't understand sacrifice, family, devotion, protection, honor. See, the yin and the yang has to go together. If that bitch is a hoe, you made her one. Because you and the homies fucked her, right? Accountability. Got to go both ways. Y'all ready to get into the main part of this story? Let's get into the main part of this story. Man, shout out to the Crimson Cure. She's awesome. Like I said, check her
to
out.
have her debut album released by the end of the year. So she has not dropped a studio album yet. In a XXL interview, Glorilla shares that she was a church girl growing up and was a fan of rappers like Lil Wayne, Bow Wow, and Soulja Boy, but she wasn't influenced to start rapping until she heard.
Think of the irony of that. She was a church girl listening to Lil Wayne. We do it to ourselves. We act like, these people have, came up in the hardest part of the hood. And when you come back and you look at their backgrounds, a lot of these black folks is middle class. Grew up in a church girl. Church has to be accountable for this. This is a product of the church. But if you're prosperity preaching, if you're soft shoeing it, if you ain't telling them like it is, because you're so worried about that damn money, that tithes and offering. We need the money coming in, and these people don't want to listen to the truth, Marwan. So if we tell them to be accountable, if we tell them that the wages of sin are death, they're going to stop coming. So we can't tell them that. We got to tell them, pray for what you want. God going to give you a man. Pray for what you want. God's going to give you money. Pray for what you want. God's going to give you health. You ain't got to eat right. You ain't got to exercise. You don't have to make yourself presentable to a man. You don't have to make yourself wife material. Don't worry about all that. You don't need to go to school and train. You don't need to go into a field that has a bright outlook. You don't have to do any of those things. Just keep on coming and praying and pay your offering. Pay your tithes and offering. She was a church girl. So what's not happening in the church that these girls are going astray, that these men, these boys are going astray? Why aren't these black men in the church? Why are church numbers dwindling? What is the church doing wrong? And I don't know, is it a cop-out to say, well, you know, the devil's a lie? You know, I get on my team whenever they begin to rest on their laurels and think that what we offer is so damn good that people should just come to us and give us their money. You know, a lot of times that's how I think the church operates. There's something to be said for the Jehovah's Witness. There's something to be said about the Mormons. The one thing you see is they go door to door. The thing you don't see in the black church is them going outside. If y'all come, you could be a part. You're not going to get nobody. Not anymore. So why doesn't the black church operate like Mormonism and Jehovah's Witness in that regard? What do we hope to catch if we just set the net at our feet and we actually don't go out and fish? You won't change. You won't adapt. You're watching your congregation get older. You're watching your congregation get smaller. You're watching your congregation continue to become female. You're watching your congregation become childless. What are you going to do different? Are you going to get real with yourself, with the deacons and the deaconess, with the ministers, with the pastor, with the congregation? Why ain't the baby daddy coming to church? Because he's not a husband. Why didn't the church have influence on who she picked? Why are the church moms allowing that bullshit? Why are the aunties allowing these children to hear the damn stories that I hear that go on at Bremerton High and these high schools and junior highs? Kids watching Pornhub on the junior high bus. High school kids doing meth and fentanyl on campus. Soliciting adults for sex, females, girls, teenagers, grown-ass men. Girls having trains ran on them. Performing fellatio on video. This shit's happening in our schools. And many of their mamas are sitting up in church on Sunday. So what are you doing? Just reading the next Bible verse? My pastor lesson says we're going to be in the book of Amos. We're going to be talking about this week. Same Thanksgiving Day message, same Christmas message, same New Year's message, same Easter message, resurrection service. And they just keep on leaving. And no matter how many little giveaways you do come holiday time, you can give out all the turkeys and the toys. They come and they grab the shit and they go. Hey, Rev, let me know when you got something else to give away. I'll be there. Deuces. A cornerstone of the Black community. But even our Black churches are siloed off right now. We're 3-point-something% of the population here in Kitsap County. There's 9 Black churches, I believe, 9 or 10. And they don't actively, collectively work together. Man, what a powerful entity they would be. Where the percentage of middle class and upper middle class folks attend these churches. But they got to protect theirs. Probably 3 or 4 of these churches may not even have 20 members. But we got an excuse. It's the devil. It's sin. It's the world. Oh, we got an excuse. It's racism. It's the inner city. It's a poverty mindset. It's the music. It's the drugs. We don't have to look within. We don't have to take accountability. We don't have to change. We don't have to try. We just need to talk about it. We just need to heal. Let's do some healing. What is the action item after the meeting? Just asked someone that the other day. The Black Collective meets every 6 weeks right now. The last one was the last Saturday. How many of the people that were part of the Black Collective actually physically did something outside of what they were already doing to build on the collective? Not the shit they were already doing, but they did something else. They did something different, and they just didn't do it once. 6 weeks. I can actually run down a list of the shit I did. Some folks that I'm working with that I wasn't working with before that last meeting. Six weeks. It's like the Borg. Resistance is futile. See, Negroes need to do it their own way. It was my idea. I got this thing started, so, I got to have control of it. That's what it is. You Johnny come lately and you jumping in here now? Man, we need to work together. We just need to do better. We still ain't addressing the beef. We still ain't addressing the bullshit. We're still not going to hold the offenders accountable for holding us back, for holding us down. The gatekeepers, the go along to get alongs, the spook by the door that operates to keep other black folks from coming in, not from listening and figuring it out and passing the message on. Because I need to be the only one there. Or you know what? Here's what equity is. Here's my definition now. We don't want the white man to hand out the money. Give the money to me and I'll hand it out because I'm black. See, now that's equity. That's equality. Now we've arrived. See, people ain't trying to dismantle shit. They just want to be a part of it. The work is hard. But as soon as someone says something you don't like, I'm out because I got to take that bullshit. I'm not going to take it from your black ass. I will take it from another white person, though. I will take it from the the entities that have the bag because they got the money, right? I respect that shit, and I need that shit. So, fuck what you talking about. Like I said, realest sermon you heard all year. But what are you going to do with it? Probably nothing. You might unsubscribe. You might tell folks, oh, don't work with him. You definitely won't support. The thing that is cool about that is, when I started my company almost 5 years ago, I didn't have any support in this county. And I mean any support in this county. My money came from outside the county, and we earned it. We weren't applying for grants. We weren't applying for contracts. All the money came from outside the county and out of my bank account, right? And so when you build that way, and folks are like, oh man, I'm not going to support that, brother. Like, I don't think you're hurting me because you wasn't supporting me before. It doesn't really make a difference, right? You don't subscribe, you don't share, you don't watch, right? That low grade hate, the anti-black misandry that you have, it's okay. When I first started teaching at Olympic College, I wasn't built for it. I got my master's degree, right? I've got my criminal background. I'm so excited that I could teach. And I wanted to do a phenomenal job. I wanted to change the lives of my students. For all you educators out there, you know what it's like when you first start teaching, right? You want to change the world. You want to be able to teach in a way that, kids are just blown away. And I call them kids, they're adults, right? Many of my students are older than I am. You want to blow them away. You want to impart this knowledge on them. You want to see their lives change. You want to be that teacher. the ones you see on TV, the one you may have had that you remember from elementary or middle school, or maybe a college professor. You want to be that one, right? That's who I was. I was so focused on that. And I taught negotiations. I paid for actual negotiations that they used at Harvard. I actually got them at the Olympic College bookstore, and that was an add-on for students for my negotiations class. I taught in Paulsbo and out in Mason County. And what I would do is the tenured faculty would be like, why the hell are you driving to all the other campuses when you could just do ITV? Just stay at main campus and broadcast out to the other places. I'm like, no, those students deserve to have my presence so they can see me, so they could be in the same room with me. Technology fails all the time. Oh, the signal's down. Oh, it's choppy. Oh, there's some issues. They deserve to be in the class with me, and the other students be the ones that are dealing with the technology or not physically seeing me. That was an adjunct. I was that dude. I was always late to class. I was also an advisor. So I'm constantly advising and talking to students as I'm going to one classroom to the next. I'm on 5 different payrolls. I worked so much that I went into full-time benefits as a part-time worker. I think the most I was working might have been 200 and something percent of full-time. It was something ridiculous. And so it's okay for you to do it for like, I think you can't do it more than 2 or 3, maybe it's 3 or 4 consecutive quarters, right? So they could work you to death for like 2 or 3 quarters, and then you take a quarter off, you know, and then you go back. And so your rolling average of hours has to stay within this limit. I had so far blown that. Yeah, I'll teach nights. Yeah, I'll teach this. I'll teach in this discipline. I can teach business. I can teach general studies. I can teach digital literacy. Yeah, I can be an advisor. Yeah, I can do externships. I did it all. Probably one of the only adjunct faculty that was able to actually create a college course and defend it to the tenured faculty and get it put on the books and teach it. I don't have my faculty of the year plaque on the wall. Yeah, I won that shit too. I was that teacher. I had tunnel vision. I had a very myopic vision and goal set. I wanted to make tenure in the business department. I wanted to continue to change the lives of people. I wanted to own companies and tie them to business so that my students could get real world experience while they were in class, and they can have those hands-on work experiences while they're getting that the pedagogy and the book learning. I was that guy. I'd spend holidays redoing tests, taking all the concepts out in math and making it something tangible. Students would come into my office, and I had a coffee maker in there, and I would do percentage of cost and things like that, unit price, based on whether or not it should be a coffee maker or a Keurig. Things that related to folks. Let's work on your own business. Let's make websites for your own potential business. We made it personal. I bought rims for my birthday one year. Got the rims that are still on my car. I made a lesson out of that. And they're pumped. They're engaged. They're learning. They understand the concepts. I see my students all the time. It's great. Saw two of them at the election party for Tara Simmons. And one was telling me some things that I had done in class that I don't remember doing, but it made an impact on him. And he's my senior. Out of the box teaching, engagement, trying to do my part to change, to make the ripple on the pond expand as far out as I can. So I know what I've done. I know the impact that I've made. They tell me all the time. Oh, you guys see Rob all the time. Rob was my student. One of the founding members of G2 and the president of the board was my student at Olympic College. Got to do something different. You're out of time. You're out of time. Working on the issues with the unhoused down on ML King. I watched different factions fight with each other. I've watched folks bow out and just say, you know what? I'm getting attacked by the people I'm trying to help. I'm getting attacked by other people that are trying to do the work. I'll go help the Humane Society. Because the cats, the dogs, the animals, they're just going to love. So black folks, they're getting tired of you. There's other people that they want to help. Ukraine, immigration, LGBT. They're getting tired of you. You had your 15 minutes of fame. George Floyd was a come up. Right? So many new black organizations were created because of the death of that black man. They came up on George Floyd's dead body. Facts. I've been told so many times in this town that you got this short window to maximize this white guilt before the white guilt wears off. Or when shit gets hard for them, and it doesn't matter how guilty they are, they got to help themselves like any human would. You're out of time. And you can cry and wail and talk about how it ain't fair and how it's racist and how it's systemic. And ain't no one gonna give a shit. Not even your own folk. Because they're gonna be like, you did that shit to yourself. When you had a chance to make a change, you didn't come to the school board meeting. When you had time to make a change, you didn't come to city council. When you had the time to make a change, you didn't support black business. When you had the time to make a change, you didn't engage in debauchery or the toxic parts of black culture. When you had the time to change, you defended your right to smoke weed and what it does for you. Everybody's a marijuana expert. Pain, anxiety, appetite, stress, this, that, and the other. No natural shit. No lifestyle changes. Going to the gym releases endorphins. No, you don't want to do that. Being spiritual, practicing religion, instills hope, faith. You don't want to do that either. You ain't got time for that, right? The kids got sports. You're tired. You just can't find the right church. People tell me that. I'm like, so when's the last time you've been? Well, I haven't. Well, I don't need to go to church. I can just, I pray at home and I can have church at home. I don't need to go to a church to. Okay. How's that working for you? No, as long as I get my food stamps and my Section 8 and no one holds me accountable for anything. And I get bailed out. It's good. I'm doing the best I can. Okay. When COVID hit and the churches started to not be able to help as much as they used to. Remember how I used to be able to call around to the churches and get a tank of gas or get a hotel room? All of a sudden, churches couldn't do it no more. Most churches haven't recovered. The need's still there. There's no more eviction assistance. I know scores of people that can't pay their rent or are behind on their rent right now. And you could say, well, it's inhumane to evict someone during the holidays. Is it really a holiday? What's worse, being evicted at Christmas or being evicted for Martin Luther King Day? Doesn't matter. Do you really care about either one? Not for the religious reasons, right? Just the toys and the presents and the kids, right? Not for what the man stood for and the gains he made in American society. Right? Our values are so skewed. We pay our athletes what we should pay our teachers. That's why SBM, you're seeing more and more prominent, decent black men doing that. Save yourself, black man. I'm going to start doing a series and covering some things that are going on in the black community that apparently folks in this community pretend like it's not happening. Like there's some kind of 20-year time warp. Many of y'all don't even know what a passport brother is, which is black dudes that are using their passports and going overseas to find relationships because they can't find any relationships with their women here. Actual percentages of black men that actually have children. The fact that when you interview black women, they want the bad boy. They want the so-called Pookie and Ray Ray. They want the scammer, the drug dealer, the hustler, the rapper, the ass. that fast money is the way to go. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to work hard. OnlyFans, here I come. I'll do that. And who knows what our women are going to go through in 10 or 15 years. You think we have mental health issues now? You're watching some of the most prominent female porn stars share their stories about how they regret being in the porn industry. Their mental health issues. And just like athletes, porn history is only a few years, right? What's the saying in the Bible? What does it do a man for all the riches in the world if he can't save his soul? Something along those lines, right? So a woman sells her body on OnlyFans or does porn. And in 3-4 years, she makes a crap ton of money. And then she's so mentally damaged on the other side. And a lot of that goes with drug use and alcohol use and all the things. And we haven't even seen the other side of that. It was like when vaping came on the scene and you had smokers just I had smokers in my class. I tell this story all the time, right? When I was teaching at the college and vape started, they were these big ass bricks, right? It's like, what the hell is that on your table? And I would pick it up. Like, this thing is heavy. Oh, Mr. Cameron, that's my vape. Like, what the hell is a vape? Oh, this is the new. It's better. It's healthier than a cigarette. There's not as much carcinogens. This is in there. That's in there. Man, Mr. Cameron, you understand, man. This is so much better. Okay. How long have they studied the effects of this vaping? Well, no. Okay. And now, that the studies are coming out. The health issues are coming out. Same thing with porn. Same thing with OnlyFans. I think the stats are 25% of women are on some type of head med. Antipsychotic, whatever. That's now. What is it in 10 years? From a technology standpoint, from a convenience standpoint, we're the most pampered in human history. And mentally, we seem to be in the worst space. If somehow there was a time warp and we were to go back to the 1900s, the 1800s, the 1700s, we wouldn't make it. That's a hell of a statement. It's a hell of a thought. We could not make it. I'm talking about me included. I'm spoiled, I'm pampered, I'm privileged, and I'm entitled. I would not make it. Oh boy, y'all. If I can change, I don't want to change one. One ain't enough. I always kind of looked at it like you look at the population, we're 13%, right? So I need to at least change that percentage of people. 13%. Could I affect 13%? I don't want to save one. One's not enough.
her music from Chicago drill rapper Chief Keef. So, I mean, Chief Keef, okay. In her acceptance speech, the rapper thanked God, her mother, her team, and Yo Gotti ended the speech with saying, let's go. All right. So it was super short. Now what I want to do is I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to read the lyrics to the song she just got awarded for. Let's take a look at these lyrics, y'all. Okay. I'm going to try to.
Now, I already did that. She probably reads them better than I do.
FREEF ninja free. That means I ain't got to worry about no F ninja cheating. Right, because cheating and free rhyme. Okay. And SINGLE.
I'm not going to play that again because I already butchered the hell out of that song. But I'm going to go to the Lapeef Network now. And this is Sage Talk. Again, I think this is a great channel. I won't say a great channel. The Lapeef channel has some stimulating conversations. I think sometimes it devolves into uselessness. But with Sage Talk Lee, this is an older gentleman, and he wants black men to take their rightful place, be accountable, and be men. And so he says a lot of things that I identify with, things I've shared with people. It's so rewarding to feel a way where you're talking to people in the community and it's like, nobody thinks like me. I must be fucking crazy. Nobody thinks like me. I'm alone. Maybe they feel a little bit. But I've had people tell me, no, Marwan, you need to be happy with the progress that's been made. I mean, a lot of progress has been made. And yes, progress has been made. I'm not going to deny that. But it's marginal. And it's getting smaller and smaller every day. We need to be putting our foot on the gas and not having it on cruise control. You ever put your car on cruise control, but it didn't really catch and your car's just kind of slowing down? And you got to step back on the gas, get it back up to speed, and then engage the cruise control again? That's where we are as a community. We're just cruising, riding the wave of what the last generation did and the little bit of shit that we do. And most of that is off of the bullshit that's happening to us. It's ridiculous. So then to have this man, and I don't even know how I came across him. I think I was already watching the channel, and he comes on Sundays, and I was like, oh, what is this? And they were talking about, leadership and some other things. And I was like, oh, shit. There's someone that thinks like I do. Not all of it, but a good portion of the core values. I'm like, where the hell are these people at? Where are these people at? I swear to you, so many times I feel like I'm holding a sign, a sandwich board across my body talking about the end is nigh. And no one can hear it. And the allies are telling us, good job, you're doing great. And when I ask questions like, do the indigenous people here in the county want you to do the land acknowledgement? Is there someone that's in this space right now that is getting something from you doing this land acknowledgement? It seems so damn performative to me. Now, I've told folks, if it's a show that I'm originating, I'm not doing a land acknowledgement. If it's something I'm doing for someone else, that's what you do. If there are indigenous people that are there and they respect that and they want that, okay, no problem. And no one could tell me why they do it. I mean, outside of, oh, we're doing it to honor the land and yada, yada, yada. It was like, well, it seems really performative. So if you are acknowledging that the land was stolen, are you going to give the land back? Or are you just saying, hey, I know it was stolen. It's fucked up. We acknowledge it. I mean, that's some crazy shit. And I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck? Like, really? Am I crazy? Am I make it make sense to me? There are things that happen on the progressive side that make absolutely no sense to me. If you're going to acknowledge it, give the land back. If you acknowledge that systemic racism exists and the United States, the original sin was slavery, then pay reparations. There should be no other conversation. Do what you got to do. You found a way to take Ye's money. You find a way to take Kanye's money, but you can't figure out how to fix these other issues. But you sure fucking know how to harm black people, especially black men. And it wasn't the right doing it. It wasn't the right doing it. It wasn't conservatives doing it. It was the left. It was the allies. It was the ones that tell us, vote blue no matter who. You ain't black if you don't vote. Telling me that my ancestors died for my right to vote. But then you get pissed off if I don't vote Democrat. The fuck is that? Make that shit make sense. But you don't support that shit, right? You're going to call me out for that. You got white people calling black people sellouts. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Who have benefited off of this shit? Who yell patriarchy? And when your grandfather dies, when your father dies, when your husband dies, when you get divorced, you get that patriotic white money, white male money. The fuck do you think you are? The allies have become entitled. You love books on white fragility, and you're more fragile than the conservatives. They're just sticking to their talking points. But you will destroy us faster than any conservative will. See Ye, see Kanye. It's bullshit. Make it make sense. But you will somehow say, you'll call me out in the back room. You'll talk bad about me. Try to undermine progress. Try to stifle black voice. You work with those that would keep the system in place. You vote to give money to those you feel safe with. those that aren't truly going to hold you accountable. See, power is a zero-sum game. Power is taken, it's not given. And if we take any power, that means you've got to lose your power. And liberals and progressives and wokes, they're not ready to do that. You want to tell us how to be better blacks. You want to tell us our only issues are prison reform and police brutality. But you don't talk about the child welfare system, family court. Because that affects you. So you can't change that shit. You make stats say what they want. You try to compare wages, male to female, and you use black women and you say, hey, look, black women, look at your wages compared to men. But you're comparing the wages to white men. And nobody holds up to the wages of white men. And the white women make more than you black women. And you black women make more than your black men when you adjust for those of us that are in prison. But you like the stats that are given to you. And to me, it's the same thing as doing a land acknowledgement when no one's around. It feels good. And it might actually get you a little bit more back, right? Sure, I want to be more aligned with what a white man makes. Never mind, my black man doesn't make as much as I do when I adjust for prison. Neither side. Black men can't leave black women can't leave black men, and not for us to make it. A few will. And for most of those few, that's by design, right? Because beyond race is class. And while some of my blackness can disappear as my class increases, Ye and Kanye were definitely reminded, doesn't matter how much your black ass has, we will take it. Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby, Prince. We will take it whenever we want. I will let white women Me Too your ass back to 1973 and take your shit. Put your 80-year-old ass in prison. There's no statute of limitations on how we can destroy a black man. We don't give a fuck. But you know what we won't do? We're not going to be accountable for the slavery. We're not going to be accountable for Jim Crow. We're not going to be accountable for redlining. We're not going to be accountable for eminent domain. We're not going to be accountable for police brutality and police murder. We're not going to be accountable for mass incarceration. We're not going to be accountable for putting crack into the black communities. We're not going to be accountable for creating ghettos and destroying generation after generation after generation, and then saying, hey, why can't you guys do better? Sage talk. Fair use.
And I think what was going on with Kyrie and Kanye really gave me an entry point for us to bring this situation to the table and really have a good dialogue about it. Obviously, this applies more to the men than to the women, but there are also benefits, I think, that can be trade-offs that women can probably find of value in this discussion as well. So for all the ladies who are here participating in Sage Talk, those of you who have been here for so long and continue to support the show, welcome, welcome. As you come in, go ahead and hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. If you're new to the show, subscribe. Be much appreciated. So I want to kind of delve into this subject a little bit. And you guys can give me your feedback. I'll try and keep my eye more and more on the chat so I can follow what's going on. Still developing my multitasking skills. So bear with me where I may not address every discussion that I may see in the chat that may be of value, particularly when it's either a good compliment or if it's a viewpoint that may need delving into that I maybe should touch upon to highlight. With regard to respect, looking at, let's say, how are the Jewish people dealing with this thing we so often in our community is such a high price issue. And to backtrack a little bit, why did I use the title, What is the Price of Respect? And I want you guys to really...
This is a great conversation. You know, we're to the point now where you can critique the Black community all you want. Every platform allows the N-word, right? They give awards for songs that destroy the Black community, that romanticize the most toxic parts of our culture. But you can't even critique the Jewish community. Now, I gave you your definitions of prejudice, bias, and racism. Racism has an element of power. What can you do to a race of people? That's where you come up with systemic racism. When systems are in place, they don't have to be laws. These things are in place. They run. You can't see the air. And you have to look damn hard to see the systems. But I showed so many examples, so many videos of the way that we're treated versus others, even today in 2022, for those of you that are like, it's 2022.
You think about that title and maybe what's your point of view from what that title may trigger or create you to give thought to that can add some value to the conversation as well, whether with myself or with others who are in the chat, right? So for example, how does the Jews use their power to make sure they are respected as a people as opposed to us, Black people, how we go about it? And it's funny how the two peoples go about it, because the way the Jewish people go about dealing with the whole respect issue, they deal with it from a top-down approach, meaning the national view for the respect of Jewish people. So it can be for the whole nation, for different parts of it, groups or organizations, and then it also trickles down to individuals. Okay, just a quick note. I think most of you guys, there's a pretty highly intellectual crew that follow Sage Talk, and I tried to keep the show on a more intellectual level for those who may need to bring their intellectual conversation, dialogue, discussion, how to think things through. I try to the way I speak and the way I come across on the subject matters I choose and how I...
Your allies won't even let you have that conversation. There was a panel the other day. NAACP wants to have a panel coming up in December. I wonder if we can have a dialogue that talked about the issues and the challenges with the Jewish community where it's not anti-Semitic. Why it's okay to talk about white supremacy. Why the woke, left, liberal allies are okay with that. You could talk about anti-LGBT. You could talk about anti-immigration. But the two groups right now, LGBT, the Jewish community, that critique, you get labeled, you get destroyed. And Sage is going to go into that. And because society knows, they know whoever they are. They know we're not going to back each other. They know that what little we got, we don't want to lose. They know that we don't get along. We're so wound up, they don't even have to try anymore. We'll do it ourselves. We can be at a dice game and shoot a prolific rapper in the neck and murder him. They don't even have to do anything now. Your business ain't worth my black dollars. McDonald's notoriously has their ice cream machine down. You don't never had no apple pies. You ain't getting no discount. You paying full price. You still going. You got designer clothing telling you that they don't want your dollars. Nooses, coolest monkey in the jungle, other black racist shit that they create and sell. And then you defend because you want to show that you could pay for it. So you give them your money. You the fool. You the fool. And they ain't going for it. You're not going to do that to them.
I presented, it's obviously to elevate the thinking and processing aspects for black men and black women who are in this, that join the Sage Talk weekly. But definitely, as it pertains to the chat, do not use any disrespectful words towards the Jewish people in the conversation. We do not want the network to be flagged and or my particular show to be flagged. I think we can speak honestly about things that are problematic or that we find difficult, that we want to air our points of view, but particularly when it comes to the men.
But they could tell us, oh, black on black crime, you guys are killing yourselves. Right? Black men are murderers. They're rapey. They're absentee fathers. You got a single motherhood problem. See, they can call all that shit out, right? They can give us the dog whistles and everything else. Whether it's true or not, right? There's a way in which you can use the truth or say a truth. And we're intellectually honest here, so we know that. But that's okay for any other community to say those things about us. And we just take it.
Move your emotions out of it. One of the things that I don't like, that I see so much of, is the intense level of emotions that we put behind so much and when we're trying to express ourselves. So I just think as men, we really got to work on that. Now, I know there are many reasons for that. Some people would say, well, a lot of people were raised in single family homes and the majority of those are from female run households. So some young boys growing up into men may lack a sense of balance. But I think once you become a man, you can't blame your parents for every goddamn thing. At that point, by the time you hit 21, which is a legal drinking age and whatnot, voting age. Well, I think you could vote at 18, but the legal drinking age, you should start looking at introspection, looking at yourself, see where or how you can improve yourself. Evaluate.
And what he's talking about is if you watch YouTube videos and you look in the chat or on other platforms, IG, you will see men clowning, talking shit. It's effeminate behavior. Most of us would say, oh, that's bitch shit. You know, and that's what Mr. Sage is talking about there. Be an adult. Be a man. Why are you talking shit in the chat?
How maybe the environment or community that you came from may have presented challenges to you that you can look to improve yourself beyond what you may have learned from your community and the environment, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? So let's not make excuses for what our parents may have lacked. Once you become a man, you're responsible for yourself, so you need to develop yourself to be better. And the things that you're short are your shortfalls. Look for avenues and opportunities where you can strengthen yourself in those areas, so you don't have to blame other people when you make a misstep. Because when you're a man and you make a misstep, no matter if someone really is responsible, you're the one that's going to get the blame. So and the consequence. So let's be mindful of that. We don't want to be censored. There's a lot of different censoring issues, in this whole space on various platforms. So we need to not give those who would want to do so a justifiable reason to do so. All right. So hopefully everyone can digest that piece of information and act accordingly. Anyone in the chat who has a wrench, be mindful of that. If you see anyone who is just being disrespectful, emotional, or just flipping off, or if they just want to be trolling, if they want to troll me, that's cool. I don't have a problem with that. But if they're trolling to be disrespectful to other groups, time them out or something, or just delete their message and give them a warning. Okay. But what I want to do, I want to first create a picture as to how the Jews, and particularly since they're in the limelight right now, and we can actually see how they're moving, we can use that, or I can use that to create a contrast. Not sure how many of you guys are familiar with Venn diagrams. That's V as in Victor, E-N diagrams, two circles that interlink with each other, creating a center space where things that are similar can be displayed, and then the outer circles or outer parts of the circles that were linked together show the differences, right? So I want to take an opportunity to do that. So there are several ways that the Jews go about getting their respect. And the first thing I would like to note is that first, they've created organizations like the ADL to monitor people's organizations, businesses, and the like to track potential disrespect and to address it. Usually, what they will do,
Tracking disrespect. They're looking for it. We have our Bremerton High girls volleyball team go out to North Mason High School and have racist encounters and adults putting their hands on our kids. We're just having conversations. We're talking about doing trainings. They ain't going for that. There's consequences. They will destroy you.
when they have these forms of disrespect, they will classify it as anti-Semitic in some way. But most importantly, what they're very, I would say, exceptionally good at, which I think is one of the things that we're not good at, is that their outrage is never emotional. So if it's not emotional, what is it? Who can drop the word in the chat? It's one word, begins with an S, and ends with an E. They're not emotional about how they go about addressing their outrage. And I'm sure some people might say, well, we can see what's going on right now with Kanye and Kyrie. It does look like they're being emotional, but I'm gonna deal with that part a little later, because from my vantage point, I do not see them being emotional per se. So I see assertive. No. A1 fella? No, not assertive. Another word. And this word really has to do with choice. It's an S word, but it has to do with choice. See, I'm getting several assertive superhero. Mr. Blackwell, good afternoon, sir. If anything is actually proactive. If anything, it is proactive, yes. Sincere? No, it's just the opposite of sincere. What's that, sporty? No. Jeffrey, sane? Well, yeah, I mean, it is sane, of course. Jeffrey, thanks for joining the conversation. So I'm gonna read the first bullet again, then I'm gonna read the second, and then I'll ask the question while you guys are thinking. There are several different things that the Jews use to make others respect them. They create organizations like the ADL to monitor people's organizations and businesses and the like, to track potential disrespect and to address it.
Did you figure it out yet? All right, let's go back in.
Most importantly, their outrage is never emotional. It's something. In this way, they can use it at will to make public examples to instill fear. So let me see saying selective. Jeffrey Wooden, right on point. Yes, it is selective. Now,
Selective. It is selective. This is a powerful point here, right? This is the folks that listen to the conduit are smart folks. Selective. It's powerful.
if it's selective, the question is, are they really being disrespected? Or is the offense that they claim is an offense, is it really anti-Semitic? Let me continue. They've also created political organizations that can influence laws in the United States for them to be able to limit, because the United States is a world power, actually a superpower, possibly the only superpower remaining. And if they can influence governance in the United States, where a large number of Jewish people do reside outside of Israel, the state of Israel, then they can have a tremendous influence around the world. So that's strategic as well. I'm not sure if someone had said strategic, but that would be a secondary ability in the way in which they use their power. So they're selective and strategic. Like, for example, I think the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's a governmental agency that supposedly track various types of information. And one of the things that they do at the Southern Poverty Law Center is that any Black Power movements, such as Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Islam, and we definitely know the Black Panther Party from the 60s. I mean, obviously, the Southern Poverty Law Center didn't exist in the 60s, but there is a new Black Panther Party. They register those agencies, they registered those organizations that are established to protect Black people as terrorist groups. So when you go to the Southern Poverty Law Center board, their website, they'll show these groups as terroristic, whereby by you being registered as a terrorist group, law enforcement look at you a certain way. Judges, if you get into a legal situation, may look to how they dispel judgment if you're found to be guilty more severely, more heavy-handed. But yet, over the years, they have not been able to find any NOI member, particularly Black men that are a member of NOI, that are criminals or commit crimes since they've either come out of jail or just changed their life growing up from the neighborhood they came from and have joined the NOI. And likewise, the Hebrew Israelites, with all its many branches, they're not a violent group. They don't commit crimes, nor do they go out actively seeking people to hurt. They may have a way in which they speak and present themselves that some may find to be maybe intimidating. But if you're intimidated, just keep walking. You don't have to stop, right? So there are ways in which they go about how to.
Which definitely you'll see that if you in New York, it's pretty prominent. I don't know where else you might see that. Put it in the chat if you know other places where you'll see Hebrew Israelites.
Declaw Black organizations that would be in a position to fight to protect Black people by disinformation. Let me kind of delve into this a little bit with some examples, or more examples. In the Kanye situation a few weeks ago, and I think I might have mentioned it already on one of the other shows that I may have done with Kanye, and then the follow-up with Kyrie. Let me know if my volume is consistent. I'm trying to make sure that my mic is set correctly. But in Kanye's situation, when Kanye first spoke out, one of the first things they did was that they came out with a notice that the ADL had made that anti-Semitism has been on the increase. And they stated that it has reached its highest point since they've been tracking it, which was, I think, 34%. The thing is what they did was that tracking was from 2020 to 2021. And
remember I was telling you about how they use stats? See, that's important, right? Even Mark was showing a stat on Wednesday where he was looking at the population, how we just hit 8 billion. But from 1950 on, there was this big explosion. But the other chart showed this, really slow progression. With the other one was this really steep hockey stick, right? This is how people can give you data and say, hey, these numbers are real, but they're making it seem like something that it's not.
And those organizations or institutions or individuals who had caused that anti-Semitism rise, those individuals were white people. But they didn't do anything about it. They didn't say anything about it. Now, somewhere in the news, it was reported.
This is the selective, right? So when you're hearing white people yelling, Jews will not replace us, are they taking their money? Are they taking their jobs? Are they taking their pensions? Are they canceling their bank accounts? Selective. No, that's reserved for Ye. That's reserved for Kyrie. And when they take out the biggest bulls, the rest of the bulls are going to stand down. Matter of fact, some of the bulls, like Shaq and Charles and LeBron, they all fell in line, right?
But it wasn't like made to be a big thing like they're doing with our two brothers. And neither did they give them a public flogging, tarred and feathered, cut off their company's ability to make business in a form of sanctioning, and then even publicly go after individuals' money and how they do business, to be able to provide for themselves and their family over the long term.
So when we talk about systemic, right? We talk about prejudice, bias, the power to enact, the disparate treatment. Is it not selective when the white officer dapped up the guy who was drunk, high, had beer visible, let him drive off and kill someone? Immediately kill somebody. Selective.
What they did was this is the strategic part, right? So when the information came out, they didn't make a big deal. They tracked it, they recorded it, they put it aside. They sat on the information until they find a proper use for it. Now, one of the things I think you have to really realize is that as Black people, we are always made to be the face of negative things, events, occurrence.
The Me Too era, right? This was Harvey Weinstein and the powers that be, and then somehow it got shifted to Bill Cosby and all the other Black folks that they took down, right? And not even contemporary things, but shit that happened 40-something years ago, 30-something years ago. They always make us the face. We're the face of the crack epidemic. We're the face of HIV. We're the face of whatever. And then what do we need to do? Either we need to build prisons and lock them up, or we need to give all this funding, but we're not going to give it to them. We're going to give it to other people. And I shared with you before how they will use stats and say, Black people, Black men, this, Black women, that. And then all of a sudden, here comes this funding. And then that funding just doesn't seem to somehow get to where it needs to go.
So they know that they were going to find an appropriate time to use that. So they sat on it since 2020, 2021. We're almost at the end of 2022, going into 2023. So it's at minimum a year ago and maximum 2 years and 9-10 months since that increase was noted. But when Kanye came out and spoke, what they did was they made it appear as though that was a recent event. And that's because they control the media. So by controlling the media, they can take two events that happened at two different times, one current, one in the past, at minimum 12 months, at maximum 22 months, overlay them and make it appear that it just occurred, thereby crediting Kanye the responsibility for this increase.
And we don't have access to media in that way, right? We don't have that power to steer the narrative. We don't have the power for conscious rap to be what is the highest selling music. So what happens? You want to make it, kid? You need to come up with the most ratchet ass shit possible, and we will elevate you. Whether you're Little Nas X or anyone else, that's what we'll promote. Right? That's what'll get a Grammy. That's what's going to get a BET award. Because we don't control the media. We don't control what gets elevated. But if we want out, if we want the bag, if we want to survive, if we don't want to be flipping fries for minimum wage, still not able to pay our bills, feed our children, keep our lights on, well, all right. Yo, 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 nigga, fuck you, kill you, fuck, kill, abort my kids, whatever, da 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 da, fuck nigga free, that's what it is. Oh, yeah, platinum.
when he had nothing to do with it. But because they are strategic in how they utilize any forms of potential disrespect, what they're able to do is then publicly show that someone is disrespecting us. And that someone who is disrespecting us or being anti-Semitic is anyone who is speaking up for Black people to empower Black people more than we are. Let me see. Kanye was the scapegoat they needed.
No, let me add too. You know, at the last city council meeting, which aired here on the Conduit, you had a white mother stand up and read a book that was in a junior high school library here in the county, in CK School District. And this book was full of vulgarities, right? Now, she warned at the beginning, hey, there's going to be some vulgarities in here. You might want to remove the kids. The president tried to stop her from reading it halfway in. She's not going to lose her job. They're not going to take her retirement. They're not going to close her bank account. They're not going to publicly flog her. They're going to allow her to come to the next school board meeting and speak again. No consequence. Selective. Right? Strategic. And I'm not talking about the Jewish community here. I'm just talking about what other people are able to do and what we are not able to do. See, there's no consequence for her action. See, that's their right. That's their right to do and say what they want. Ye can say something and it's anti-Semitic and he needs to be destroyed. Kyrie can post a link to a movie, not even comment on it, and be destroyed. White women can talk about how stuff that's happening in schools from the woke left would be anti-LGBT. And there's no consequence for them. That's their right. Because how dare they hold white women accountable? How dare they have consequences for their mothers, their sisters, their daughters? That's what systemic is. But both sides act like, I don't know what you're talking about. We don't see what you're talking about. We just know what you're doing is wrong and you need to stop. You need to be held accountable. You need to be canceled. You are causing issues and division. You are not helping the situation. You're making the situation worse. By calling out the hypocrisy, by telling the truth, by being intellectually honest, by not being stifled, by having a different point of view. Okay. But you're telling me that the right is oppressing me and I'm too stupid to understand because I'm being fed misinformation? But you're my ally and you're doing what's in my best interest. That's how the slave masters thought, right? And we were chattel. We were like, well, first we were chattel, then we were like children, right? But y'all don't want to have that conversation. You can't see your bullshit. You can't see your oppression, even while you're claiming to try to help. That you're an ally, that you're woke, because you stand by other go along to get alongs, right? Well, I'm standing next to the black people who are saying the same thing. Your people are saying it. We're just supporting that. And that's right. That's what we believe is right. So that's what we're doing. And you're wrong, and you're part of the problem. You need to be shut down. You need to be destroyed. What Ye is saying, what Kyrie did is anti-Semitic. Yes, you must be destroyed. And any other black person, especially a black man that has the temerity or the gall to have an opinion or speak out or use their Second Amendment rights, you don't have that right. And we cannot see how it's hypocritical. And we're being an ally. And we're doing what's best for black people. Right.
Absolutely. It could have been anybody. It was just, it's any black man who rises to a sense of where they feel they're empowered and they want to open their voice to speak about a situation. And particularly if those individuals choose to do so, not just for themselves, but to try to empower black people as a whole, or to make them aware, which, knowledge is power, as it's stated, particularly power.
Knowledge is only power if you use it. I don't know if he finishes that phrase or not, but knowledge is power only if you use it. Knowledge is useless if you don't use it, especially if you keep it to yourself. There's so many of us out here that know how to do shit. Start businesses, apply for grants, apply for contracts, know where they're at. And they don't tell anyone else. It was very interesting. Earlier today, I played the replay of Kids at Public Health. They've got a micro grant going on for youth programs. And at the end, the lady said, hey, could you please share this out with other folks that weren't here because we don't know everybody, right? Although we know you would be sharing it with your competition. And that's exactly it, right? It's the competition. This is just $3,000. This ain't shit. And you can't even use it as indirect funds, at least not a significant portion of it, right? It's all got to go to the program, not for you to actually be able to do the program. Because oftentimes these grants that come up, right, it's just pass through. So yeah, you got this money, but it's just, collateral duty for you to do on top of what you're doing, just trying to get a little trickle of money coming into your organization while you do the work. But when they apply for grants and contracts, or they get funded by the feds or by the state, right, they're able to pay themselves six-figure salaries. And they don't see an issue with that. They understand it's a competition. So we're all fighting for $3,000 or however many, let's say there's 30 grand in the pot. So you got 50 organizations applying for $3,000. That isn't going to significantly support your organization. You're definitely not going to do any building. Whew.
That is capable of being used when you want to use it. So they were able to do that with a report that came out 2 years ago and make it appear as though that increase in anti-Semitism was due to Kanye speaking out. That was not reality.
And again, that also goes with the AAPI, right? The Asian American Pacific Islander hate bill. $50 million, like that. They showed a couple of videos, right? And they made sure that the videos were so remarkably peculiar that there were this rash of attacks on Asian people from black men that were wearing these crazy ass colors, pink and reds and scarves. It was the bizarrest thing, right? But then when they looked at the stats, which they didn't share, right? Most of the AAPI hate crime stuff wasn't from the black community. That's just what the social media put out. That's what the mainstream media put out. That it was black men just attacking all these Asian folks. Fast forward a year after the $50 million is already in the account. the FBI statistics come out, and by more than 4 or 5 fold, I think even more than that, there was more anti-black crime than there was AAPI crime, hate crime. And we didn't get shit. And both sides of the house push it through. But your allies don't talk about that. And they're so busy getting their own damn bag, they can't be concerned about your bag. Hey, black folks, I hope you get your bag, but we got to get our bag. You understand. And we riding for them, right? We ride for everybody. NAACP, we ride for everybody. What are the other ones? The Rainbow Coalition still around? But we don't talk about it. We can't talk about it. If we bring it up, you're being divisive. You have to acknowledge the truth. See, we didn't talk about during the civil rights era when white women ended up getting all the benefit from the era, right? We didn't talk about that. Oh, we can't talk about it now. We didn't talk about it then. Not loud enough or not in unison. Because there's always some people that see what's going on and they try to let the masses know. But the go along to get alongs make sure that those voices are suppressed.
Reality, but also because so many of our people are so easily triggered, so emotional, have so much emotions penned up about their opinions of Kanye or Ye, I should say, that we automatically jump on the bandwagon to empower them to destroy us more. Now, with the Kyrie Irving situation, that was pretty unique because you have to ask yourself the question: when Kyrie Irving dropped the link to that book or documentary, were the ADL aware of that book and documentary? I would venture to say yes, because if they weren't, that means they're not doing their jobs. Somebody dropped the ball. Which means if they were aware of the book and documentary from 4 years ago, where was the outcry?
Listen to what he's saying. Strategic and selective. The ADL, there's organizations set to look for this. This documentary is 4 years old. They didn't say shit. Now it's time. Amazon's not being held accountable for selling this anti-Semitic material on their website. And they're so powerful, they're telling them, hey, we'll look into maybe putting some kind of disclaimer up. I think that movie sells for $50. They're making money. Selective and strategic.
There was no outcry. And let me give you an example, because some of you guys might be too young to be aware of this, right? In the late 80s or early 90s, there was an author. I think he lived in France. Let me see, make sure I can remember the name of the book. I should have wrote it down. What's the name of this book? Oh man, I can't remember it. Let me see. It'll come to me. There was an author who wrote a book about Muhammad. And the book, the Muslim world got upset about this book. The Satanic Verses. That was the name of the book. The Satanic Verses. And in the book, The Satanic Verses, they said some disrespectful and degrading thing about Muhammad. And I bought the book back in the 80s. So I read it. Salman Rushdie, yes. Salman Rushdie. Thanks, Marco. And immediately when the book came out, the Muslim world got upset. They wanted the book pulled. The author went to France. They gave him asylum. He stayed there. And the Arabs put a bounty on his head, 25 million. And nobody cashed that in. A few months ago, I did see something about him in not sure if it was the New York Times or some other magazine I was reading. So he was still alive. He was sick or something while he was in the news. But if you're really offended by something, or if it's something that is anti-Semitic, then you would speak about it when it occurs. or when you are aware of it. And if you got watchdog agencies out there working on your behalf to look for things of this nature and to track it, it's unlikely that the ADL would have missed the book and the documentary, considering the book itself came out in 2015. So the 2018 book was the second book. But what did they do? They did not emotionally react like the Muslim did or the Islamic world did when Salman Rushdie wrote that book, The Satanic Verses. No, they did just the opposite. They sat on it. They sat on the book, they sat on the documentary, and they didn't say nothing. Now, obviously, that's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Because I'm not sure how many of you guys are Israelites or know of Israelites in this, in the United States. But there's a blackout in terms of the media with regard to the Israelites. News agencies are forbidden to write anything about the Israelites unless there's a negative story to put out. Silent Sniper, thanks for the super chat. Well, then it seems like the Jays are against us as well. They're probably, if they're orchestrators, they're probably at the front of the line, giving the band members their instructions as to when to come in, right? So whoever is controlling the band movements, the horns, those who are waving the flag, those who are doing steps, acrobatics and whatnot, there's someone who's obviously giving the leading chorus what to do, when to come in, when to accentuate, when to go low. So yes, absolutely. There's always someone who is at the head controlling maneuvering, right? The puppet master that no one sees. Why price of person is a man chooses. William, can you phrase that sentence to be a sentence? It's not complete. I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't want to kind of throw out an interpretation that I'm not clear.
Mr. Lee will call you out if your English ain't up to par.
What you're saying, okay? So if you can, appreciate it. But as I was saying, there's a blackout in the news with regard to the Israelites. So they're not going to say anything about the Israelites because they don't want to promote the Israelites. And I know from my day, because I started at One West and I was there until I think 2002. But there have been many Jewish rabbis who have spoken to the heads, what you might call the rabbis at One West back in the day. Some of them came to the school. Some of them debated with us in public. And you know how the CIA and FBI work in the US, right? They will send people out there to trigger you in the audience or in public to try to get you disheveled, to kind of make you either make a move if you intend to be violent, and then entrap you. So there have been many of those who have tried to entrap brothers to be violent. So we've learned over years to be extremely under control, particularly our emotions, and not.
That's what I love about what Mr. Lee is saying right now, right? One of the things that I want you guys to be careful of is one of the ploys now that you see happening is police have been using "I was afraid for my life" in justification for killing black men, right? Now what you're seeing civilians doing the same thing, right? You saw that with George Zimmerman with Stand Your Ground. So what they are going to start doing more and more, and you're already seeing it, right? They're going to engage you, get you emotional. They might call you a nigger. And when you react, because you've been taught, don't nobody call me no nigga, and you jump bad or you go to strike, now they're going to have justification to shoot you. And it's going to be a clean kill, right? Because they were justifiably afraid for their life. And everybody can see that, right? Because they're going to be sympathetic to the fact that, well, I mean, look, should he have called him a nigger? No. But should he have lunged at him? And, I would have been afraid to. And this is tragic. And we need to pray for forgiveness and understanding. And we just need some education and some training so these things won't happen again. That son, that father, he's dead. So you can't get baited. I tell my black men that come in through G2, we pick up a lot of folks. And there are clients, passengers that call us nigger. Way more often than you think. Straight up just call us nigger. Talk bad. My drivers have been taught not to respond. And it's not an easy concept to understand. But if you know who you are, and if I understand who they are, when you make the comparison, there's nothing to compare. It's like an ant spitting in the wind. So why would you react to someone beneath you? And that's the lesson that I teach the black men that come through. Right? You're beneath me. You're low. And that's okay. Because we help everyone. But that's the game. So you need to educate your sons who you may be teaching to be emotional, to react, to yell, to be demonstrative. Ain't nobody gonna do that to me. I'll fuck you up. Don't nobody say nothing about my mama. All that bullshit. That will get them justifiably killed by these scary folks that honestly ain't really that scared. It will be a justifiable homicide. That's the game. So I love what Mr. Lee is saying. Hey, you cannot react with emotion, right? You got to be smarter.
Allow those who may try to poke us to get you to react to something as opposed to act upon something. And there have been many white people who have debated with us who have realized that though we may look different than most people, some people might even say crazy. Like Paul says, though I be rude in speech, but not in knowledge. So though the Israelites are rude in speech, okay. Now there's no train around here, so I'm not sure where that horn just came from. Might have been a tractor trailer coming through. Apologize for that. But so they basically would not confront us. They don't want to have that actual confrontation with the Hebrew Israelites. They're avoiding that because the Hebrew Israelites, they know the English, they know the Hebrew, and they know the Greek. So that confrontation would be something that the news would have to sit in on and view, and that would put them on the spotlight. So they are going to avoid that as best as possible. But when Kyrie tweeted that link, they were like, aha, now we can use the book and the movie to kill two birds with one stone. Things in the book that they felt may be anti-Semitic. And you know what was funny? I was an ESPN show, and I didn't get the link for it. And
let me just jump in there, right? Why is it that our allies, that our BIPOC community, will not have a dialogue with us? Why would that be? There's a power dynamic there, right? I don't have to talk to you. You can't make me talk to you. We've been oppressed. You've been oppressed. We feel like there may be some injustices, but we're not having no conversation with you about what you perceived injustice are, because we don't have to. That's power.
what's the young lady name? Makila something, Andrews? She was sitting in a panel of about 3 or 4 guys, and there was a white rabbi there. And she basically asked him the question about anti-Semitism. So what he stated was that 2 days ago, the IH something, one of their agencies, came out with a definition for anti-Semitism. You know, what's curious to me is how can you come out with a definition to something 2 days ago for an event that happened a week ago? You know, that's like the cops stopping you, finding something wrong with your car or you, then call the judge and say, hey, we need a law for this. I've got a guy, but there's no law in the books. So I need you guys to make a law because I'm going to bring him in and I'm going to arrest him. All right. So then the judge called it. The governor, they make a law, they arrest you, and then they judge you and punish you based on a law that didn't exist when you supposedly said what you said. Yes, Malika.
Now, why that's important is you've watched the right redefine what racism is, right? They've been saying it since forever now, right? Reverse racism, no such thing. Again, power dynamic. We cannot affect white people in that way. We don't affect their jobs. We don't affect their health. We don't affect their freedom. We don't affect their money. but they can sure affect ours. Right? Now they can say, oh, there's no systemic racism. Oh, they can say, oh, well, black people had slaves too. Well, I mean, your own people sold you into slavery. Every country had slavery. Every continent had slavery on it. So we're not the only ones. Oh, it was the triangle trade. Voluntary in servitude. I mean, they're calling it all kinds of shit now, especially in Texas textbooks. So now they're redefining the definitions and history. We don't need to look in the past. We just need to move forward and move on. You're just being a victim. I didn't have slaves. No, just Levi's benefited from slavery. Ford. Many of your old companies, from the t-shirts that you wear that say established in 1850, whatever. Right? Your pensions, your property value. All of these old companies, ones that participated in the Tuskegee experiment. The heinous things that they did to black women for medical advancement.
Andrews. Thanks, Jeffrey. Okay, who's that? Let's see. Marco T. Hebrew Israelites are mentally disturbed. Well, if you mean that they're no longer brainwashed with the American mindset, then you would be right. But, I'm a former senior, high-ranking member of the first Hebrew Israelite school at One West. So that's where I come from the 80s. So
Now, and take a look at that, right? So this guy says Hebrew Israelites are mentally disturbed, right? So he is against a set of black men here, right? Black men and women. But his icon is Let's Go Brandon. So many of us that don't care for Biden don't use the Let's Go Brandon moniker. See what I'm saying? And so the way that is painted is that, the right wing, especially the MAGA right wing, many folks that are Let's Go Brandon, have an issue with the Jewish community, right? But this is a right, possibly MAGA, Let's Go Brandon person that's got a problem with black Israelites. See, if you pay attention, and it's hard to do it when you got a drink or a joint in your hand. It's hard to do it when you don't really want to see it. It's hard to do it when you're so distracted by Black Panther. You can't see it when you're waiting for the NBA game, MMA, NFL. You can't see it when you're trying to pick up on that baddie. You can't see it when you're trying to set up your OnlyFans account. You can't see it when you'd rather give birth to a kid than be a spouse. You can't see it when you be so selfish to have your child be raised with a single parent because of who you chose to procreate with. You can't see it.
I guess in that case, I'm probably mental too. And some people might think that. So I'm not going to debate that. Not sure where you're making that opinion from, whether or not you have delved into having an educated conversation with any Hebrew Israelite priests. and brought whatever knowledge you wanted to dispute and see where the conversation went. But if you're just making it on an emotional by observation, that's part of what I want to have this conversation about today, because we tend to make permanent judgments on things that we have very few or very little information about. We are being segregated by race and religion, democratic tactic. Well, I'm not sure if the Democrats are doing that. The Democrats are creating various genders and using Black people as the face of these genders. See, and that's another thing with regard to, if we kind of like roll back a little bit, since you mentioned the word segregated. In the early 60s, when we got civil rights, right? Civil rights was really to give us total access into the society of America. And secondly, it was supposed to protect us from things that harmed us and people who have harmed us, agencies and companies and business who have harmed us. So that would not continue.
And if you ask kids now and young adults, I'm talking about 20s and 30s, what civil rights is, they couldn't tell you. They couldn't tell you.
But I think because of the magnanimity of our people and some of our leaders, which in hindsight I would say was foolish, we wind up giving away what was supposed to be our benefit to immigrants of all stripes. And then the ruling class, they really did a really good move, because you had minorities, you have people of color, and then what they did was they reclassified white women as a minority because they were fighting for equal rights with white men. So they classify them as a minority when they're actually a majority by population, and they're actually part of the ruling class. So that was a very slick.
They're actually a majority by population, and they're part of the ruling class. And they're standing side by side with you, talking about how y'all both oppressed. And saying, hey, Black girl, you don't make as much as that man. She talking about the white man. You make more than the Black man adjusting for prison. And get you all spun up, right?
Move, and none of our leaders spoke to that. Marco T. Lyndon Johnson said that he would make sure the Negro will vote Democrat for the next 200 years. And I'm glad you said that too, because a few weeks ago, I talked about how, we're like birds. And I talked about
Lyndon Johnson said he will make sure that the Negro will vote Democratic for the next 200 years. And what does Biden say? You ain't Black if you don't vote Democrat. But we've come so far. We have. Golly, you betcha. I'm going to make sure the Negro votes Democrat for 200 years. And it's been a trick bag the entire damn time. And what do they say? Trump is a boogeyman. MAGA, far right, racism. You can't do it. Black men are stupid. They're getting fed misinformation. They've watched the destruction of the Black family by the Democratic Party. They tell us, hey, you got to vote us in so we can make a change. We vote in the quote unquote first Black president, give him the House and the Senate, and he doesn't do shit for us. And he tells us, I need a re-election. And he does even less. Trick bag. We're doing what we can. But if you put the Republicans in, you just vote blue no matter who. Prison reform. What do? Hey, we tried to give you student loan debt. And I got a lot of student loan debt. Right before the midterms. Look, y'all, we're going to give you something. No student loan debt. Reparations. We need to have a committee for the committee about reparations. That goes nowhere. We have no idea how we would pay. We don't know who would be eligible for it. We need to send $70 billion to Ukraine. Off it goes. Hey, can you track the weapons? Can you track the money? Nope, we have no idea. We can air tag and secure all kinds of shit here in the States. We can't air tag none of the fucking weapons. I don't know. We don't know where it went. It's an American right that corporations can just buy up property. Redfin, Zillow, what is it, Blackwater or BlackRock, whoever they are. We're going to drive up the price and make it unaffordable. But you guys, no justice, no peace, right? And has anything changed? Have our sentences changed? Oh, hey, we're going to decriminalize marijuana. And you know what we're going to do? Oh, Congress is going to make a killing off of forming companies. Remember Red John Boehner? He's part of one of the 10 biggest marijuana companies, I think, in the world, at least the country. See, they were against it until they can find a way to make money off of it. See, it can't be legal until we could tax it. We can't have gambling until we could tax it. Okay, it's all good now. We're gonna let your black ass out of prison? No. We're gonna let your black ass own the marijuana shops? No, that's for white folks. Systemic.
Of how you can literally set a trap for a bird that's in a tree, and they can watch you set the trap, watch you sprinkle the crumbs of food that leads right into the trap. And within minutes after you finish setting the trap and you walk away and hide yourself in the bush, the birds will fly right down, start picking at what you left, seeds or breadcrumbs, and walk right into the trap. So the fact
and black women and black men will tell us that we're stupid for not voting Democrat. So if we don't vote Democrat, if we vote Republican, or if we don't vote at all, right, then we're doing the ancestors a disservice. Things can't change unless you come out to vote, but we've been doing that consistently for decades. And you're talking about a high tide rises boats, all boats. But if this is the black boat and this is everyone else, and this is what we're doing, high tide rises all boats though, right? At some point, we deserve what we get. And then the system is rigged, right? So if you do run for office, the Democratic Party has to approve you. So if you're not a go along to get along, they're not going to approve you, right? They will actually put money against the more progressive person. These are the moderate Democrats. So then you can't even get in. Or you got to do something crazy to get in. Where's the Black Tea Party? That's what we need.
The fact that you said that, Marco, actually is a good point because he said it. So if he told us to our face what he was going to do, and then we actually went and did it, who's the fool? Who's the fool? That's why I say we really use words that we don't understand. When we use words like finesse, we don't know nothing about finesse. We talk about it like we do, but we always get finesse. So, that's another conversation. But my point is that now that Kyrie has made, he didn't make a statement, he just dropped a link, but they sat on this information about the Hebrew Israelites, and they figured they can use things that were said in the book that they can kind of highlight, because when you speak to a politician and they say something that you highlight, what's the first thing they always say? Well, we have to go back and look at the context and how I said what I said. And because the English language, especially business English and political English, because there are different forms of the English language. If you guys don't know, there are different forms of the English language on how you can use it. So political speak, you speak somewhat vaguely without being extremely specific, because then you can always go back. And because the English words have so many meanings, depending on the context in which the word is being applied, they can always go back and find a context that is different from what they said when they said it, and
Oh, let me finish that.
neutralize any particular group or person's negative perception or misinterpretation of what they thought they heard or interpret, right?
See? He's dropping nuggets for you. He's dropping nuggets for you. And that's the danger of creating content, right? Because the more you speak, the more they'll be able to go back and attack your words. This is going on 5 hours. So is someone going to listen to all 5 hours? No. They'll pick out one part in there, 10, 15 seconds of something that I said, and call me anti-Semitic. Right? And because, we sleep. And we're not going to stand up. As a collective, we won't do it for Ye. We won't do it for Kyrie. We damn sure ain't going to do it for the average Negro. They get picked off. And what do they say? I've been watching this all over YouTube. You have the black folks that say, well, he just, he has to know that he just can't be talking like that, right? And that there's no point in him jeopardizing his bag and his livelihood. Others say, why would you even put yourself out there like that? What do you hope to gain? And it's like, if black folks thought like that during slavery, we'd still be enslaved. That's that slave mentality. We got an organization in this county called Up From Slavery. And I think most of the people in this damn county ain't up for shit. They're still in slavery. And they like it there. They only feel like they're being loved if they're being whipped. When I start seeing these people in the street, I should start calling them Toby.
So that is something that is uniquely capable when you understand English well. So what they did was they went back, they pulled the book, and they say, okay, the book meant, and they don't say specific things, what the book says. It's only later I've been hearing that a few people have been coming out with making statements. But one of the things they don't do is they don't say that when the author wrote the book, he cited things, the source being whatever he stated, he said, this statement came from this Jewish person who is either a rabbi or a highly ranked politician that was a Jew in the United States. So they sourced their material. Ironically, the person that he used to source, I think it was like several months after he wrote that book that he made those statements, not the guy that wrote Hebrews to Negroes. The source that Hebrews to Negroes used, where he mentioned certain things on how the Jews may use their power to empower themselves, how they corner certain parts of the society, market-wise, sector-wise, to have an overwhelming superior position. What some people might say, successful. They have risen to the ranks of success, but they've done it in so many different categories. They've done it in banking. They've done it in politics. They've done it in the entertainment industry of all parts. They've done it in sports. They've done it in so many other areas as well. I don't want to go through a whole list, but I think you get the point. The individual, his last name is Rosenthal. I should have wrote his name down last night when I was reviewing some stuff, but I apologize for not having this. But several months after he wrote that book, he was killed. Well, he died. He died on a plane crash. He was working for the government, and he was taking a trip. I forgot where he was going, and plane went down. He was killed, but several other people were killed too, right? Very similar to Arthur Koestler, who wrote the book, The 13 Tribes, meaning there are 12 tribes of Israel, but if white people are to be part of Israel, then there must be a 13 tribes. So supposedly he committed suicide a year later after writing that book. So, when some Jewish people may have some type of, I'm not going to say remorse, but maybe just want to be more open and speak more honestly about some of the things that they are capable of or what they're doing or have done. When they come out and they put that out in books and they write about it and they leave information and stuff where you can track it, they tend to wind up, dead for some reason. Yes, keep the likes up. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Let's see. I shouldn't have put every Israelite in the same bucket. So, well, I wouldn't, don't beat yourself up, Marco. And that's one thing you will notice with the way I speak. I tend not to get emotionally triggered and try to insult brothers, men. We're here to learn and grow and to improve and better ourselves. And there are times when you guys may teach me something I don't know. But there are times I can teach you things that you don't know, particularly since I've been alive for 6 decades.
Damn. That's deep. Look at the grace that he is extending. I really do believe one of our issues that we have in our community is we don't respect our elders. And I'm not saying that we need to respect old people. I'm saying we need to respect our elders. And maybe there's not a lot of elders to respect, and that's an issue. But there are some elders here in this town that younger folks don't respect. They don't give a shit about these people. They don't. They just don't. They're ready for them to move out the way, shut the fuck up. They're done with them. It's appalling. Because the problem is they share their beliefs with the younger generation and kids. And what do you think the kids are going to do? And if those are truly the elders, right? And the kids are seeing, and the young adults are seeing, don't fucking respect that person. Then what do you think they're going to do when they get your age? You're going to be that person, and they're not going to respect your ass. History repeating itself.
So I've had a lengthy experience in life. And I've lived a fairly good life for the majority of my life, at least from the time I became a man. I can't speak for when I was a child because I didn't have control over that, right? But when I became a man. So no, don't beat yourself up with regard to you're a hypocrite. No, I don't think you're a hypocrite. I appreciate the apology. Apology is not necessary. I would just, say, thanks for the correction, Mr. Lee, or I was off on my perspective. Something general. You don't really have to beat yourself up. And just as a note, I don't know how long you've been watching Sage Talk, but definitely probably in the first couple of months, as I kind of laid out portions of my resume and so forth, I'm not the type of guy, I don't take apologies and I don't give them. But definitely because you reacted so quickly with the apology, I will accept that 100%. But it wasn't really necessary. I was just trying to make a comment about it to broaden how you come to conclusions about things. And if I was able to help you with that, that was my intent. So kudos to you. But as I was saying, they now have an opportunity where they are able to humble a very elite, successful black man in the form of Kyrie, right? Kyrie Irving. And at the same time, get to discredit the Hebrew Israelite people who have come out with the assertion that black people in America are the real Jews, meaning they are of the sons of Judah. That's what Jews mean, right? Or in the Southern Kingdom, there were 3 tribes. So that's Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. So the people in America, the black people in America of the diaspora that came through slavery and their descendants, not the immigrants from Africa that came after. Not to say that some of them may not be Israelites, but in general, I'm speaking of those who came across in the transatlantic slavery, right? That those people are the Jews, and then the rest of the Americas where the slaves were taken to and where others had already lived prior of the 10 tribes that were dispersed, the southern tribe, those who we call Israel. So they get to now discredit that. So people of intellectual mind, people who are educated, people who have big businesses, the information may sound credible, but you know what? I have too much to risk, so I'll keep that over there at a distance. Some of the things they say may be of value. Some of it may be off the wall. They don't have time to become a biblical historian expert. That's not their calling. So they have to take it at face value. And then when a major organization such as the ADL and a very powerful group of people in America, such as the Jews or Jewish people, come out and are able to, we can't say control the media, utilize the media to spin a narrative that would favor them, right? So because they're able to do that, they're then able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They destroy a man's life and they discredit black people from the search of their identity. They literally, like with Farrakhan. I remember back in the 80s, because I went to see Farrakhan in 1986 at Madison Square Garden when he made his speech.
This is important. Again, we need to have our own news, our own social media. The African Diaspora channel, I love that channel. I'm not a big fan of Roland Martin. I do like the Black Authority, the Black channel. I think some of the stuff that is said on there is pretty crude and hardcore. But I think we're so far beyond the sugarcoating and the soft shoe and the trying to baby us into the truth and into the light that you need to hear it hard. You need to be shaken awake because you're asleep. You've been pacified. Yeah, and the whole thing with Roland Martin, being a shill for the Democratic Party, I've got a problem with that.
And as an Israelite, knowing I'm an Israelite, I understood that Farrakhan was talking about Islam and all that, but he was still a strong leader in building Black people in the community. And I wanted to hear what he had to say. So I did go. But they would then also try to discredit him because he was standing up for Black people and Black rights, right? And the defense of Black people. So whenever a strong Black person stands up, they try to crush him. In the
Especially
case
a
of
Black
Kanye and
man.
Kyrie, they're being crushed because they're individuals. They do not have strong organizational backing. What have kept?
And they will definitely elevate Black women, especially if they're gonna down with the patriarchy, toxic masculinity, right? Black man, heterosexual Black man, bad, evil. That gets elevated all day. So Stacey Abrams and Michelle Anders, or whatever her name is, on ESPN, and the chick that just got let go off of what's that, MSNBC or CNN. She just lost her show. Oh, it was MSNBC, right? They can literally say that we're stupid on national television and that we're falling for bots and disinformation and this and that. And we literally can't think. And how dare we vote anything but Democrat when there's no critique on white women carrying Trump, when there's no critique on the Hispanic population carrying Trump, and more of the Hispanic population voting Republican. No critique for that. Right? And the only Black voice, Black male voice, especially Black male heterosexual voice, that is counter to the Democratic talking points doesn't get elevated. And I'm not talking about the token dude on Fox News either.
Mr. Louis Farrakhan safe and really from being totally destroyed or even maybe going to jail for some trumped up false accusation was because he had such a strong, powerful organization that he had built. So that has protected him, right? The Israelites, one of the benefits of not keeping the Israelites in the news was that it's like an iceberg. It's been growing and growing and growing. And since the age of YouTube, now it grows worldwide, as opposed to, going out to camp and speaking on a street corner and whatnot, and just deal with people who pass by you face to face. Now people can see those live interactions and then actually tap into classes on subject matters that they may want to, maybe curious about to know more. So there have been a lot of growth and groundswell at the bottom. There are a lot of people in this space that I listen to and I hear say things. And I feel very proud about myself being a part of that work 35 years ago, right? So, but the knowledge has spread significantly, not only in the United States, but the Caribbean, Africa, and different parts of the world. So if they can take one swipe and try to destroy all that work in one swipe, that's a major blow. The problem is, in this particular case, they may have overplayed their hand, because even though Kyrie may have 17 or 18 million followers, how many of those followers would have actually went to look at the book or the streaming documentary on Amazon? Very little. 1%, 2%, very little. Most people would have just brushed it off, especially when they see Hebrew Israelites. People are just like, I don't have nothing to do with this, right? But by them making the case that they're making and the way they're doing it, it's putting more spotlight on it. And people who may not have known anything about Hebrew Israelites, or people who may have but have kept the distance, may now say, you know what, let me go check out the documentary. Let me sit down and spend 3 hours listening to it. The funny thing is that the reporters who are speaking about it, and even the rabbi who had made his comment about the anti-Semitism definition, he was asked, did he read the book or did he see the documentary? He sidestepped the question. He didn't give a straight no. What he said was, well, I looked at specific things that were anti-Semitic, which means somebody sent him the information. So no one out there that's really speaking out front have really either read the book or saw the documentary. They're speaking.
Again, and that's when people are pushed in front of you to give you a narrative and you just believe it, right? You take it as the gospel because for whatever reason, you trust it without doing your own investigation. You say, well, I just don't have time. And, this is what everyone is saying. And, I trust these people, this one and that one. So, yeah. And I thought about trying to order the movie and doing a viewing party just so we could see what's in it.
Speaking from, like we tend to use in this space, talking points that were given to them. And then even Black people who are against Kanye or Kyrie are doing very similar. They're using talking points. Guys, in the chat, let me know when you think the light has gone down, because I was using natural light, had the window open, the sun was still up, but it's starting to go down a little bit, and I'm starting to see like a little pink background. But if you guys aren't able to see me clearly, or you don't like the way I appear or whatever, let me know and I'll go ahead and turn on the light here so you guys can get a better view as we continue this conversation, right? So some of the benefits that the Jewish people get from this. Who's this, Chris? Thanks, Chris, appreciate it. Carly, Tom, or is that Carlisle? Not sure how I pronounced that. Appreciate it. Okay, let me see if I can understand what this is saying. Okay, William Graves, heart or law, or never say how did God. There's several things I think you're trying to say there. If you're speaking several different statements within one statement, either use a semicolon separator, right?
Sage, boy, you be cracking me up, but I love it. Teachable moments, right? We're not going to get better if we don't educate each other and don't call it out. I tell people all the time, it's like, man, it's so frustrating when I've got a piece of broccoli in my teeth and you don't tell me. And we will let each other do that and be like, I've heard, well, I thought someone else would have told you. I thought you knew. You thought I knew. I had broccoli in my teeth. And I just wanted it to be there for everyone to see. We don't protect each other at all. It's really unfortunate. But you know what? We've been going for 5 hours on this. I have a little bit more that I want to share. Say, type in the chat if you want me to continue this conversation. Where are we at? 55. I think we're at 55 on this video here. But do check out the Lapeef Network. That is Sage Talk, and that was from 10 days ago. Okay. And then also we had the Crimson Cure. We had the African Diaspora Channel. We had the Young Turks, their show Indisputable with Dr. Richie. I think I cited all of my sources there. Yeah, we're at 58:55. So if you guys want me to continue this conversation, type that in the chat so you have it. I think you get the main point of what I'm trying to share with you. I just want you to be empowered. I want you to think. I don't want people to cancel you. You should be able to have an opinion, to have a thought. You should not be silenced.
Only has 100 Ethiopian Jews, including Samu and his family. Arriving at the age of 3, Esther, now 40, tells us about her school career in Beverly Hills.
I went to a Jewish private school from about 5 years old until I was about 14, right before high school. It was interesting. I was the only Black girl there. Everybody else was white around me. I remember that there was a rabbi in our school. Actually, he was a substitute teacher. And he came for the day. And I remember coming back from recess, and he stopped me in front of everybody. And he said, "Stop, what are you doing here?" And being an 8-year-old or 7-year-old, I think during that time, what would somebody answer? Of course, I go to school here. And he said, "Well, you're not supposed to be here." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because you're Black." I think that's one of the moments when I actually realized that I was different from everybody else. I mean, I knew I was different, but I also knew that I was color different.
Eleni, an African-American Jew of Ethiopian descent, has also experienced racism in the Jewish community.
People should really take the time to get to know, especially in the Jewish community, get to know their neighbors and get to know the people that comprise the Jewish people, and not perceive that it's only Ashkenaz Jews that are out there, only Sephardic Jews that are out there. And I think it's really tiring to explain over and over again who you are and what you're doing in shul.
Esther's father, Samu, a political exile in 1981, struggled to get his papers, a journey full of pitfalls where the Jewish community has repeatedly tried to harm it.
Every meeting I go, like Esther said, you don't look Jewish. How do you become Jewish? They say, everybody doesn't look Jewish. Everybody looks like where they come from.
Elisheva Rishon, a Brooklyn Jew and African-American, moved to Los Angeles and launched a clothing brand inspired by her story.
I also want people to feel proud of being Jewish, because right now in America, there has been a huge spike in anti-Semitism, and a lot of people feel afraid to show their Jewishness, and I think we should do the exact opposite. I think we should proudly show who we are.
But it's not just about Black Jews. American Jews in this Latin community have a hard time being heard.
Especially in Jewish communities, there is a unique tie between our historical experience with oppression and modern current expressions of disenfranchisement or oppression in American communities that make us natural allies, specifically for Black and Brown communities in the U.S. And I
it's almost over. I'll play the rest.
Hope that Jewish folk in America will work very hard to look inward at the way their Jewish communities are, to examine ways that they could be not only more welcoming to the true multiracial, multi-ethnic Jewish community that they have present already, but also how they can ground themselves in their Jewish identity to serve other communities.
All right, so that was,
This program is a presentation of UCTV for education.
I do tend to wander to UCTV. Yeah, University of California Television.
California only has...
There is another video after that. Who are the chosen people? That's a very interesting video there. This was from I24 News in English. Black Jews speak out against intra-community racism. So definitely encourage you to check more of that story. You can Google that if you want. Anyway, I wanted to leave you with that last thing there. Now, tell me that ain't crazy. I literally just lost my internet. Tell me that's not crazy. I'm waiting to see if it comes back up on the live. So it says that that I'm still live, that it came back on, and that my stream is going now. But I literally lost internet. So I'm looking to see if it comes back on, but it may not. Wow, wow is all I can say. You know, that's something else. That is something else. I've got no words for that. But that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like, folks. Yeah, I'm going to see if it comes back on or if it's still recording. But for me, it's just cycling when I try to look it up. That's wild. That's pretty crazy. I have literally had my internet shut down. So I'm using the internet from my phone. So if this is somehow being broadcast, because only my computer has kicked over to my phone, the rest of my network has not. So I can't tell if I'm still currently live or not. Let me see. That's wild. This is what it looks like. Oh, see? I'm live. The rest of my house has no internet right now. Okay? The rest of my house does not have internet. So my phone kicked over and the Wi-Fi picked up on my streaming computer. The rest of my house right now does not have internet. Right? It's 28 degrees. It's not windy outside. There's no reason for my internet to go down. If you know, you know. All right. Man, this is the conduit, y'all. We'll be back.